now in session. Thanks, folks. Go ahead and have a seat. And if we're having some productive conversations, why don't you continue to have them, or would you like me to step out of the room?
Your Honor, I think that they are not particularly productive.
Okay. All right. Well, folks, last time, there it is. Last time we were here, I was very hopeful that y'all would be able to settle this. Not that I mind. I actually love trial work. That is my passion. That's the reason that I went into the area of law. But when we're dealing with people's lives in just a civil matter, it just seems like these are matters that can be solved. I'll remind everyone there is no recording of any kind, audio, visual. That's very important that we have one record for court, and that be the transcript of court proceedings. So at the end of the trial, you may order a copy of that transcript if needed, but that will be the record. So Ms. Oriani, you don't think there's any chance of being able to resolve this outside of the trial, huh?
I was hopeful to resolve things outside of trial.
Okay. Do you want a little more time to talk?
I also just want to file a motion here to dismiss the temporary order.
Well, that's what we're here today to do.
Yeah, I just had a support brief. They told me I could turn it in here today.
Well, you can. When am I supposed to read it? We were scheduled to start 18 minutes ago.
I actually tried to file this a couple different times with the e-file and then actually in person, and it said that it wasn't the right format. So I went ahead and made sure that it was in the right format. So
I'll take it, but I'm not going to consider it. It's not timely. So for the record, this has been filed. It's filed 18 minutes after our scheduled trial.
Your Honor, to the extent that is uploaded onto the online filing system, I request that it be uploaded as suppressed. It contains very confidential information about my client that would not normally be publicly available.
Then it will be put under suppressed. I'll go ahead and just mark it as such. And the record will reflect that this will not be considered as not timely. All right, Ms. Oriani, I just want to say that this is one of the reasons that I was hopeful that this could have been resolved since we were last here, only because of the difficulty in representing yourself. Should you have chosen to get an attorney today, that attorney well-versed in the filing of things and in-state as opposed to out-of-state. And we're about to start a trial, and I need to tell you that the rules of evidence absolutely apply in this courtroom, and I am fearful that you are not well-versed in those rules and are going to be frustrated. You sure you don't want one last opportunity to talk with counsel before we get started today?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have one preliminary matter to address.
Okay.
Your Honor, something happened last night that I believe constitutes contempt of the court's 228 order regarding attempted service upon Ms. Walsh's daughter, and also a violation of the protection order in general, but more specifically of the court's order. And there are two people here who are witnesses to that. We did not have an opportunity to subpoena them, and so I'm requesting that the court order them to stay in the event that testimony is needed on their behalf. One is Ms. King and one is Ms. Ameda, who's out in the hallway. This happened last night at around 5 o'clock, and so it just wasn't possible
is going to be contempt outside the presence of the court, so that's going to need to follow the contempt path. Now, if these are two witnesses that you wish to present, are these?
Yes, Your Honor, but this event didn't happen until last night.
Sure. But if they are somehow relevant, I don't know. If relevance can be established for them to be witnesses in your hearing today, in the trial today, then I'm going to order that they stay.
Yes.
Could I have both names, please?
Sarah King and Jamie Abeta. Yeah, and Miss Abeta, I think, is ill, and so she's in the hallway to avoid being around a bunch of people. Perhaps she could just come in to hear the court say that, and then both of them could be sequestered.
All right. Well, first of all, Ms. King is in the courtroom. Good morning, Ms. King. Ms. King, I am going to order that you remain in the courthouse under court order as a witness in this case. So please know that. And officer, could you go out in the hallway and call for what's Miss Abeta's first name? For Jamie Abeta to just briefly come in the courtroom so that I can also give her that same order. Thank you. Ms. Abeta, I don't need you to do anything, but just stand right there. Are you Jamie Abeta? All right, Ms. Abeta, I just wanted you to come in here briefly. I understand you're not feeling well, and I appreciate you being here. Ms. Abeta, you are a potential witness in this case now, and I am going to order that you remain in the courthouse at least until the plaintiff's case in chief is over, at which time then I'm going to ask plaintiff counsel if, in fact, your presence is still required, but just to remain in the courthouse, okay? Additionally, the court is going to enter a sequestration order for any and all witnesses. So let me go ahead and take your list of witnesses, counsel.
We only have Ms. Walsh, who I believe is permitted to stay, and then Ms. Abeta and Ms. King.
Okay, and Ms. Oriani, who are your witnesses for today?
There's no witnesses for today.
Okay. Do you want to testify?
Nope.
Okay.
Also, Your Honor, I would like to make it known that there is a party in the gallery that has made threats on my life that's actually here watching, and she goes by the online name Aunt Lala the Drunken Cupid, and her real life name is Alicia Ferreira.
Ms. Oriani, how is that relevant?
I just want to know that somebody that's in the courthouse here is a public figure to report for YouTube, and who's not made.
That's absolutely who's in the gallery is not relevant unless they're a witness. I'm not going to have a circus in this courtroom today. This is going to just be about the elements of the protection order in the state of Colorado and whether this court makes a finding by preponderance of the evidence to satisfy that. And I'm not going to get into. I know y'all have talked a lot about this blogging. I still don't even understand it. So we're going to keep it as simple and as basic as possible. That's what the law is supposed to be about. So with that, ladies, I'm going to excuse you as witnesses, and you're not. The sequestration order is you're not to talk about the case out in the hallway either. So talk about the weather and the Broncos. I don't know that you're Bronco fans. I don't think you're from Colorado, but there you go. Talk about shopping and shoes and fun stuff. puppy dogs, kittens. I actually heard a report that people that will take a look at those 60-second videos on their phones of kittens actually have a better or a higher satisfaction rate and happiness level. So that's a good thing to take a look at. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and let me have entry of appearance from counsel, and please introduce those people at your table.
Jennifer Zimmerman and Sydney Dolan appearing on behalf of petitioner Ms. Vanessa Walsh.
All right, and Ms. Oriani, go ahead.
Yes, Lana Oriani, pro se.
Thank you. Under Colorado Revised Statute 1314-106, to summarize, if at the hearing the magistrate finds by a preponderance of the evidence that the respondent or the defendant, in this case that's Ms. Oriani, has committed acts constituting grounds for the issuance of a civil protection order, and that two, unless restrained, will continue to commit such acts, or acts designed to intimidate or retaliate against the protected person, the magistrate shall, in other words, must, order the temporary civil protection order to be made permanent. Okay, so that's the standard that we're dealing with here today. Okay, preponderance of the evidence. It just means we're just weighing on the scales of justice, and one side is just tipped ever so slightly in favor of the prevailing party, whoever that might be. So with that, Ms. Zimmerman, who's your first witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Vanessa Walsh.
All right, Ms. Walsh, come on up to the witness stand, please. And I don't care if you're sitting up or down, it doesn't change the oath, but raise that right hand. Under the penalty of perjury, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead and have a seat.
Your Honor, may I approach with that thumb drive?
Okay, you may. Now, I'm not going to consider it until it is made relevant.
Understood.
That's how it goes with all evidence. Every single piece of evidence needs to be brought to the court's attention and pass that relevant standard before considered. Go ahead.
So, Ms. Walsh, I want to start out talking about something that happened last night. Can you tell me what you were doing last night at around 5 o'clock?
I was in my home, actually preparing stuff for today.
And did someone come to your door?
Yes. Jamie, Lita, and Sarah King.
And who are Jamie, Aveda, and Sarah King?
Friends of Miss Oriani.
What did they do?
They were driving up and down the street, which is why I noticed them in the first place, really slowly, like they were looking around, pulled up in front of my home, got out, took pictures of my home, banged on the front door, and left something on my front door.
Did you at some point open your door and see what it was?
Yes.
And what was it?
The subpoenas for my husband and my minor daughter.
Did you see the car that the people were driving in?
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
It was a dark blue BMW. It was X5. And
And did you see the person driving it?
yes,
Who was the driver?
Jamie Beta.
And what did you do next?
My daughter was home. She was upset, so I called the police.
And did you at some point log on to the internet?
Yes. Objection, Your Honor. I don't understand the relevancy of what two people that, I don't understand the relevancy of this.
Your Honor, I'm laying foundation.
All right, these are foundational questions. I'm going to ask you to maybe speed that up. Ms. Zimmerman, I appreciate this, but I know who Ms. Walsh is that she is the plaintiff, but we're dealing with no foundation so far.
Right.
Go ahead.
When you logged onto the internet, what did you see?
I saw Ms. Oriani on a live at Jamie Abeda's house, and Ms. Abeda had stated that she was going on a mission on live.
So Ms. Oriani was broadcasting live from Ms. Abeda's house.
Yes.
And can you tell me again what Ms. Abeda said?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
That's hearsay.
Your Honor, it goes to the impact on Ms. Walsh.
Still hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. What I believe she said is that she was going on a mission.
Your Honor,
What it relates to
Hold
is
on.
what it relates to is the fact that she was essentially stating on a live video from her own home that she was going, while in the presence of Ms. Oriani, that she was going to Ms. Walsh's house.
So why isn't that truth of the matter asserted?
Because it's not that she was going on a mission, it's that what Ms. Oriani is stating is that she doesn't know these people. That's literally what she said, and she was staying at Ms. Abeda's house, and Ms. Abeda was going on an errand for her.
All right. Ms. Oriani.
Your Honor, I never stated that I did not know these people. Ever to counsel. Counsel and I talked in the private room, and it was about not having this hearing because she was going to charge me with contempt, and I felt that she was trying to intimidate me, potential witness in this case.
No, I need an objection to the evidence.
I object to the relevancy of this, and me being on a live stream at somebody's home. I am not in charge of another person, and I had no idea what Ms. Abeda meant.
And that objection is going to be overruled for that reason. I'm going to admit it, not for whether or not, in fact, Ms. Abeda was the person driving by the home, but solely for the purpose that it associates both people together, and that is the only reason that will be admitted. Continue.
So I'm going to direct the court's attention to what we have identified as Exhibit 10G. And if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Ms. Walsh, did you take that photo?
Yes.
What is that photo of?
This penis on my door.
And when did you take that photo?
Right after they left.
Is that a true and accurate representation of what those photos look like?
Yes.
Or what those papers look like?
Yes.
Your Honor, I request that the court admit Exhibit 10G into evidence.
Ms. Oriani, do you have a copy of 10G?
I'm actually unable to see it because this isn't loading out. And that's 2 pieces of paper. Correct. What's the piece of paper underneath of the paper?
I'm just asking if you object to this photo being admitted based on what Ms. Walsh said it was.
Well, I can't tell what the second paper is, so it's Mrs. Walsh's interpretation of what the second paper is.
All right, no, that objection is overruled. 10G will be admitted.
Now, and actually, Your Honor, may I just stay up here to go through a couple of exhibits with Ms. Walsh?
Sure.
Okay, now I'm directing the court's attention to Exhibit 10H. Did you take that photo?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
The subpoena is certain. I can't tell which one that is. Thank you. That is the subpoena for my husband.
And is that one of the papers that was included on your door?
Yes.
And did you take that photo last night?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate representation of what the paper on your door was?
Yes.
I request that the court admit Exhibit 10 I can instead share it with her by Dropbox if she prefers.
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you.
And if you could, since she indicated right now she doesn't have the ability to open that flash drive, if you could also just show her your picture on your screen.
I can look through this if it matters.
Yes.
So I was thinking, what did her daughter? I have no idea, so I don't know. This is the first time seeing it.
The other one is a photo. Let me see.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I'm just sending a Dropbox link to the same documents that were provided to the court on a flash drive to Ms. Oriani at her email address labeled Just Jax. I'm now discussing with Ms. Walsh Exhibit 10E. I'm sorry, Your Honor, is 10H admitted?
10H will be admitted.
Now this is Exhibit 10E. What is this?
That is the second subpoena that is for my minor child.
Did you take that photo?
Yes,
When did you take that photo?
after they left yesterday.
Was that one of the papers that was left on your door?
Yes,
Is that a true and accurate representation of the photo that you took?
yes,
And of the paper that was on your door?
yes.
I requested that 10E be admitted, Your Honor, and I did just send a copy of this to Ms. Oriani, but I'm happy to show her a photo as well.
All right, Ms. Ariani, have you received that?
Yes, I just did, Your Honor.
Okay, so now you can access
Now I
it
can
on
look
your
at
phone. Okay.
Thank you.
Any objection under the rules of evidence?
And that was H, right?
10E?
10E and 10H. 10H is already. Oh, 10H was already admitted, so 10E.
Okay.
Did you have an objection under the rules of evidence, Ms. Oriani?
No.
10E will be admitted.
Now I'm going to address Exhibits 10A through 10D. So, Ms. Oriani, excuse me, Ms. Walsh, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 10A, 10B, 10C, and 10D. Can you describe to me what those are?
Pictures of Miss Vegas vehicle driving up to my home.
When did you take those pictures?
I think it was around 4 p.m. yesterday.
And are those true and accurate representations of the photos you took?
Yes.
And is that the car that was dropping papers off at your house?
Yes.
Can you identify the individual in the photo marked 10D?
Yes.
What is that?
Jimmy Veda.
Do you know who's in the passenger seat?
Sarah King.
I request that the court admit Exhibits 10A through D to evidence.
Any objection under the rules of evidence through to Exhibits 10A, 10B, 10C, 10,
No.
10D? All right. Those exhibits will be admitted.
Ms. Walsh, did you interpret this as service of process?
No.
What reaction did this cause in you?
I was extremely upset, more stressed out as my daughter was home at the same time.
The two pieces of paper you said had your husband's name and your daughter's name on them.
Yes.
What was your understanding of why those were left?
Intimidation to not be here today, one last ditch effort or revenge.
Objection, Your Honor. But again, relevancy on all of this.
that objection's overruled.
Okay.
Is this the first time that you interpreted conduct of Ms. Oriani's or other people related to her to be directed at causing you not to appear at the hearing today?
No.
When did that first come up?
As soon as she was served, the day after she was served, she posted a picture of my husband on her community wall. She also stated in a video that I only have one option, which is not to show up, because if I don't testify, this would be dropped.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing Ms. Walsh the exhibit that has been marked as Exhibit 8A. What is this?
That's a photo of my husband.
And who wrote the quote on it?
Ms. Oriani.
Do you know when this was posted?
Yes. January 18th.
And did you take this screenshot?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate representation of the screenshot that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, I submit Exhibit 8A into evidence.
Ms. Oriani, any objection using the rules of evidence?
No.
Okay, 8A will be admitted.
So, looking at this and reading from the quote, it is a photo of your husband, and it says, quote, "I'm looking forward to telling Sean the whole truth and nothing but the truth."
Yes.
Do you know what that was referring to?
It was her threatening me to, in my interpretation of it, she was threatening me not to show up.
And how many days, do you know the date that Ms. Oriani was served with the paperwork in this case?
January 17th,
And how many days after that was this posted?
the next day.
So I'm going to go back a little bit and talk about YouTube and the way that it's set up. So what is your current job?
I'm a YouTube creator.
Okay. What does that mean?
I create content regarding true crime.
Is that your full-time job?
Yes.
Okay. So can you explain to me the different components of YouTube and the way that a YouTube creator like yourself would interact with viewers or subscribers?
Yes. They can leave comments on public posts or on videos. They can also tag you, which is where they put the @ symbol and the name of your channel and notification.
Okay. And what impact does it have if you are tagged?
It shows up on your feed.
So it notifies you.
Yes.
Is it akin to sending a direct message to you?
Yes.
Okay. Since January 17th, and Your Honor, I would like the court to take judicial notice of the fact that the affidavit of service in this case does indicate that Ms. Oriani was served on January 17th of 2022.
Let's just see. I have a return of service that was filed with the court on January 25th. We'll take judicial notice of that return of service. That does indicate service to the respondent in Franklin, Ohio, as of Monday, January 17th at 7:00 p.m. So noted.
So since January 17th, has Ms. Oriani tagged you in any posts on her YouTube page?
Yes.
And have those been videos or have those been something else?
Mainly community posts and videos.
And can you explain to me what a community post is?
So when you have a certain number of subs, there is a tab on your channel where anyone can see. You can basically just post public posts, and anyone can go read them.
Ms. Walsh, can you explain what a sub is?
A sub is a subscriber. It's someone that subscribes to your channel, and that's your subscriber count.
And so as a person who does YouTube full-time as a job, how many subscribers do you have?
120,000, a little over 120,000.
based on your personal experience, how many subscribers are necessary to be able to make YouTube into a full-time job?
Probably, the more the better, but probably 100,000.
Okay. And how long has this been your full-time job?
2 years.
Okay. So I'm going to approach you to identify some additional exhibits. I am showing Ms. Walsh what has been marked as exhibits 8B, C, D, E, F, G. Ms. Walsh, did you take these screenshots?
Yes.
And can you show me why you took these screenshots, or what they depict?
She's tagging me and writing my name and tagging my brand and all of them.
And were these all taken after January 17th?
Yes.
Do you have the specific dates that these were taken?
I would have to look. Not offhand, there were so many of them, but they were after January 17th.
And are these fair and accurate representations of the screenshots that you took depicting your channel being attacked?
Yes.
And just to clarify, what is the name of your channel?
Unmasked.
Your Honor, I request that exhibits 8A through 8G, or I'm sorry, 8B through 8G be admitted.
You've got to lay more foundation, counsel. I don't find so far that they're relevant. I don't know who, there are these screen names. How do I link those with Ms. Oriani?
Thank you, Your Honor.
There's a link missing.
So there's a photo at the top. Who's that a photo of?
Ms. Oriani.
And what is her screen name at the top?
Truth and Transparency is the name of her channel.
Do you know whether or not that is Ms. Oriani?
Yes, it is.
And how do you know that?
Because that's her channel and her photo is there next to her name.
And is she also writing about things that she got personal knowledge of?
Yes. Objection, no, there's no dates to any of these posts as well.
I'm about to go through the dates. So I'm directing your attention now to Exhibit 8B. Do you recall the date that was posted? And if it would refresh your recollection to look at the exhibit chart that you made in this case.
Yes, please.
Just read these quietly to yourself and then let me know if you're ready.
Yes.
So what date was Exhibit 8B?
January 19th.
And then I'm looking at Exhibit 8C, where you are tagged at Unmasked. Is that you?
Yes.
And then will you read the next part of that? Is that a direct question? This is why did you stop showing how many total members you have on your channel?
Yes, it's a direct question to me.
And do you recall the date of that? Exhibit 8C.
January 24th.
And now looking at Exhibit 8D. I'm going to back you up, counsel. There's something that's been blocked out, and I don't know why. On HC, and there was something on 8B too. I don't know why those markings are there.
So, Your Honor, these are, I believe those are notations. Did you write those notations?
No, she did.
Those were notations on the screenshot that were in the post posted by Ms. Oriani. I don't know the purpose of them, but that is the screenshot that's taken.
With the Sharpie markings?
I know they look like Sharpie markings. I believe that they are electronic markups.
All right, continue.
So I'm moving on to 8D. Do you remember the date at 8D?
January 24th.
And is that your handle tag?
Yes.
And is that from Ms. Oriani?
Yes.
On
unfit.
Your Honor, I request that A, B through G be admitted into evidence.
Ms. Oriani?
No objection.
Okay. The court will then admit exhibits 8B through G into evidence.
So, Ms. Walsh, with these exhibits 8B through G, tell me what you experienced on your end when you were chatting with them.
When I pull up my channel for the day, it notifies me in the feed that comes up in front of you with your notifications. It's essentially like if you were to get a text, it comes through in your feed and it notifies you.
Okay. And does it notify you of the content and who it's from also?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you about some other videos that Ms. Oriani made at the time or shortly after she was served. Do you recall watching a video on January 19th of 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall the content of that video?
Could you show it to me?
Yes. I'm approaching with Exhibit A. I'm sorry, Exhibit 2A. Yes. Okay, and can you describe what this video is?
I believe the title of that one is Work With Me, and that is her talking about coming to Denver.
And
Ma'am, I had a tough time understanding you.
I'm
Would you
sorry.
repeat that?
Let's try. It's a video where she's discussing coming to Denver for the temporary restraining order.
Who is she?
Miss Oriani.
Your Honor, I request permission to play the video for her so that I can make sure it's what she remembers seeing a clip of.
Well, when's the last time you took a look at that clip?
I would say maybe within the last week, but there's a lot of them.
Okay.
If you can identify this one based on the sort of identifying information, and
Yes.
is this a fair and accurate representation of the clip that you made from watching this?
Yes.
And this was on January 19th.
Yes.
I request permission to play it for the court.
You may.
Young for John Mass, was it his case, I remember? Was he he check your, it seems like you paid for it, yeah, because you paid for it, yeah. Did you guys ever get involved with Facebook groups and stuff like that? Okay, so something like that.
Your Honor, there are two things.
Okay. Everybody loves you on this channel, it's most valuable people are saying in chat.
I'm going to play this one more time so that what she's saying is clear.
Working on my aim.
So what she says in that clip is that she's
Denver, I got Denver. Working on my aim.
And just so the record's clear, Ms. Oriani is depicted saying, I have toured Denver soon, I'm working on my aim, and then firing a Nerf gun rifle. Your Honor, I request that be admitted into evidence as Exhibit 2A.
Ms. Oriani, any objection?
I object to the fact that that clip is out of context due to that it's like a 2-hour live. So it's completely out of context. Why was there a Nerf gun?
Okay, well, that is a valid objection. Why should the court only take this small excerpt?
Your Honor, we'd be happy to play the entire video. It's 2 hours long.
Do you have that
and
for the court?
I think I do have that for the court. And I think that would be not a great use of judicial time or resources. I think it is crystal clear that she's referencing going to Denver, that this is after the protection order was served, and that she says she's taking her aim. And so if she wants to play the entire video, I do have it. I'm happy to do that.
All right, well, I'm going to allow that clip over the defendant's objection. 2A will be admitted. I do believe that the objection is well taken, but I think it goes more to the weight, not the admissibility of that evidence. And certainly, Ms. Oriani, if you would like the court to consider all 2 hours and would like to use the court's time for that purpose, then you may go ahead and admit that entire tape for consideration.
Thank you.
Go ahead, counsel.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention, Ms. Walsh, to January 30th of 2022. And on January 30th, did you watch the video posted online by Ms. Oriani?
Yes.
And did that video address your husband?
Yes.
Do you recall what it said?
Yes. She had just returned from Denver. She said that she wanted to subpoena my medical records and subpoena my husband as well.
Your Honor, may I approach for purposes of identification?
You may.
I am showing you a video clip that has been marked as Exhibit 6A from the date you just mentioned, which was January 30th. Is this a true and accurate representation of the video clip that you made from that day?
Yes.
Did you personally make this?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I request that Exhibit 6A be admitted. I'm happy to play it first if necessary.
Any,
Say,
any objection to 6A?
If you want me to play it first, that's fine.
yes, can you play that, please? Thank you.
So guess what I'm doing? Just because. On Wednesday, I'm filing a motion. For a change of venue. It's a long shot, but fuck it. Number 1, change of venue. And number 2, I'm paying money to send out my first 2 subpoenas. And you do understand, when you're subpoenaed, you have to show up. Otherwise, there'll be a warrant out for your arrest. First subpoena. Vanessa's husband. Sean Fish. Second subpoena. Vanessa's medical records. With a chance. And I'll be serving that subpoena at her husband's work.
Your Honor, I request that Exhibit 6A be admitted.
Any objection, Ms. Oriani?
Once again, I object. That's a clip from my probably 6-hour live and taken out of context.
And Your Honor, I respond in the same way, which is, it is very clear what she's talking about. She's talking about subpoenas in this case. I do have the full 6-hour clip. I am happy to play it for the court, if that is what Ms. Oriani would like.
No, I will rule similarly. We do have a rule of completeness. The court does not have the time nor the resources in this hearing to listen to all 6 hours of that. Ms. Oriani also has access to that same tape and can play what she believes is necessary, and she may do that during her court time. I think everything else really goes to the weight and not the admissibility. So, Ms. Oriani, when you talk about it being taken out of context, you can choose to testify as to what that context is. You may also, on cross-examination, inquire. So, thank you, Anna. I'm going to allow that exhibit. So, 6A will be admitted.
So that was from a 6-hour live video, right?
I believe so.
Did Ms. Oriani during that 6-hour live video mention any reason that the video had been that long?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about that?
She said that she was making the lives long so that my attorneys would have to watch them and it would cost me money.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7-2A. Did you take this clip?
Yes.
And did you mark it?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate representation?
Yes.
I'm going to play it now for the court.
Wait, I'm curious to know the bill that it has cost to this point. With them talking about the hours of footage that they would have to go through. I mean, can you just imagine if Chris Watts's Chris Watts's his attorneys would have done this? Can you imagine if Frederick would have done this? Can you just imagine if Frederick would have done this and was very what's the word I would use? Thorough. Can you just imagine that? We wouldn't be here. But all these hours that they're going to put into this investigation.
I'm now playing the related clips of 7-2B through 2D from the same broadcast.
Do you know if it would be public information to find out what that bill would be at this point? How many hours have been put into, watching? I mean, I'm just saying, if I was in Mod Squad's position, I would be, on the phone with my attorney saying, I can't have you spend $10,000 on watching footage. If that's what this is going to cost, then I can't go forward with that. And $10,000 would be right around 30 hours worth of footage. We know I like to talk. And I'm talking a lot right now for a reason.
So Ms. Oriani in that clip, or Ms. Walsh in that clip, Ms. Oriani refers to Mod Squad. What's that?
She's using that in place of my name.
How do you know that?
Because she says it at the beginning of the video, and she also slips up multiple times through the video and says my name unmasked.
So I'm now showing you Exhibit 7-2C.
I mean, all I know is that it's getting for attorneys another 6 hours worth of material to go through. Great life, Lana. This is insane. This is insane.
55 hours and 58 minutes. If I eat one more pickle, it'll be the 6 hours. And that is at least $1,800. Mm.
Your Honor, I submit exhibits 7-2A through D evidence.
Ms. Oriani, any objection?
No objection.
The 7A,
7-2A.
7-2A, boy, we've got a lot of numbers here. 7-2B, 7-2C, and 7-2D will all be admitted, but counsel, you're gonna need to show the court the relevance of eating a pickle on.
Your Honor, I don't believe that the pickle is the relevant part. I think the fact that following service, Ms. Oriani was endeavoring to cost Ms. Walsh money is part and parcel of the harassing behavior in this case.
All right, well, that goes to the weight, but not the admissibility. I think it meets the threshold of admissibility, but that's gonna need to be all stitched together in an argument.
Understood, Your Honor. Your Honor, 1 moment, please. So I want to go back to the previous clip we saw regarding a request for your medical records. Was that the only time that following service on the 17th that Ms. Oriani did a live broadcast related to medical records for you or your family?
No.
Was there another time that she discussed medical records related to your husband?
Yes.
Okay, and did you take a clip of that?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you a clip that has been marked as Exhibit 7E. And is that a true and accurate representation of the clip that you took in this case?
Yes.
Do you recall the date that was aired, or would it have been to look at a document?
I mean, look at documents.
I'm going to play Exhibit 7E.
Has your husband had any procedures done? Any in the past 10 years? Any procedures? Would your husband be, would your husband be surprised or shocked if he was asked? They would object to that, and it would be overruled. So I have to rephrase this question, which would be, husband, fiance, business married, yeah. Have you had any, has he had any surgeries, any procedures done on him in the past 10 years? Montesquieu, is your husband able to get you pregnant? So he hasn't had any procedures that would, that he would be able to get pregnant. Objection. Relevancy. Well, this is going in terms of the possible fear that Montesquieu would have if, she was to be pregnant and then find out that her husband can't possibly be the one to get her pregnant. Would her husband
James Angelo was not removed, and the level of fairness that would cause harm to one's marriage. So if Mr. Walsh was asked these questions, did you hold your wife's hand during any type of procedures? And, were you aware that, would it surprise you to find out that your wife had a miscarriage? Would that be surprising to you? Did you know this?
Now, Ms. Walsh, I'm going to ask you a little bit about the context of that clip. Can you explain what was going on in that clip?
She's, in my opinion, trying to threaten me.
What I mean is that part of that 6-hour live?
Yes.
So what we heard was Ms. Oriani seemed to be acting out sort of a court proceeding.
Yes.
Can you tell me, did you view that entire video?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me the context of what she was doing with the objections and things like that based on your having watched it?
She was holding a mock trial for this hearing and going through what she said she was going to ask me and calling me Mod Squad.
Okay. And was that a mocked up cross-examination of you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you make your online persona a personal matter?
No.
Do you keep your business and personal life separate online?
Completely.
Do you use your full name online?
No.
Do you use any identifying information about yourself?
No.
And do you identify your husband or your daughter online?
No.
Have you ever inadvertently identified your daughter online?
No. Not to my recollection.
At some point, did you inadvertently say your daughter's name and not put it online?
I can't remember the date, but there was a private members only live that I had, and I slipped up and said her name and deleted the live.
So, is it fair to say that you take pains to make sure that you do not publish any personal identifying information?
Yes.
Okay. At some point since January 17th, did Ms. Oriani publish identifying information about you online?
Yes.
Do you remember the date of that?
There's been multiple dates.
May I approach it?
You may.
Would it refresh your recollection to see the document that you made? And what identifying information did she share at that time?
My full name, my full legal name, my husband's full name, and my IP address.
And what type of identifying information is included in an IP address?
That's my personal. People that get that can hack you, do pretty much whatever they want with it if they know how.
Is it also linked to a specific zip code?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, would that be linked to your home zip code?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play for you what has been marked as Exhibit 2B.
The court IP address. Got it.
And can you describe what the image is on that video?
It's the bottom portion of a NDA, and it has the IP address on the bottom, and she showed it in public live.
Okay. And did you take this clip?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate representation of what happened on the video?
Yes.
I request that the court admit Exhibit 2B.
Any objection to 2B?
No, Your Honor.
2B will be admitted.
Your Honor, I want to double check on my work. Was Exhibit 7E admitted?
No, it was not.
Your Honor, I apologize. That was the clip from just a moment ago with the mock trial and the cross-examination with the personal questions, including whether my client had an extramarital affair and a miscarriage, and I request that be admitted as Exhibit 7E.
Ms. Oriani, any objection to 7E?
No, Your Honor.
7E is admitted. How about 2B? Do you have any objection to 2B?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 2B is also admitted.
Now I want to direct your attention, Ms. Walsh, to one more clip that I want to show you and then talk about before we request for it to be admitted. I want to direct your attention to January 20th. Did you watch a live show that was someone else's show on January 20th?
Yes.
And whose show was that?
Natasha Cooper's.
Who's that?
She's another YouTube creator.
And at some point, did you see Ms. Walsh comment in the community while you were watching that?
Miss Oriani did comment.
Okay. And can you provide some information about the discussion and then Ms. Oriani's comment?
They were discussing the service of her TPO, and she was saying that Vanessa Walsh did this to my son, that it traumatized her son, and that Natasha Cooper said that I should have my ass beat, and she agreed.
Okay. I'm going to play this clip.
The intent but for him to do this and have another man with him, whether he was a legal process server or not, he needs his ass beat. And whoever sent him there needs their ass beat. You don't do this kind of thing intentionally to hurt a child. And that is exactly what they did this for. They did this at this exact time.
So I want to direct your attention on this clip at 29:21. Who's this a photo of in that small circle with the comment at 29:21?
Miss Oriani.
And is that her screaming?
Yes.
What is that screaming?
Truth and transparency.
And what is her response to the other person saying that whoever did this needs their ass beat?
Vanessa Walsh hired him.
Your Honor, I request that Exhibit 3A be admitted.
Ms. Oriani, any objection under the rules of evidence to 3A?
No objection.
3A will be admitted. Again, it goes to the weight, not the admissibility.
So, Ms. Walsh, we have discussed a number of things today, including tagging you so that it shows up as a message to you, including what occurred last night, including, certainly somewhat, I don't know how to exactly characterize it in a neutral way, but content of certain videos that appeared to be aimed at you since Ms. Oriani was served. Do those represent the only times that she was either tagging you or directing video content at you?
No.
So if Ms. Oriani is posting video content that is about you or directed at you and doesn't tag you, can you ignore it?
No.
Why not?
Because the way that, sorry, I can explain this. The way that the algorithms work on YouTube as well is because she does tag me so much, even though I'm not subscribed to her channel, it still appears in my feed.
So with it still appearing in your feed, you get it automatically when you sign on for your job.
Yes.
And do you also hear about it from other people?
Yes.
when Ms. Oriani mentions you in a live, how often do you hear from other people about it?
On average, I could have 20 to 50 people send me that.
So given your current employment as a full-time YouTuber, is it possible for you to avoid Ms. Oriani's comments about you?
No.
Give me one moment. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Zimmerman, did you want to ask your client any questions about what brought her here in the first place?
Your Honor, I believe that the court heard extensive evidence about that. I certainly can backtrack and go through that because Ms.
Well, it's not
Oriani's...
backtracking, counsel, when Ms. Oriani wasn't present the first time.
I understand, Your Honor, Ms. Oriani is in possession of the complaint and stated that she did not plan to testify today, which causes me to believe that she acknowledges the things in the complaint. But I think you're right, Your Honor, that it will be safer to go through.
It's your case.
The court did see a lot of the information that Ms. Walsh had earlier on, and so I'm going to start and go over it in sort of a quicker fashion. Ms. Walsh, how did you initially come in contact with Ms. Oriani?
I have a question here. She's talking about the court saw a bunch of stuff prior to. Is that admitted in evidence or exhibits?
It's not admitted into evidence as an exhibit, Ms. Oriani. That first hearing is what's called ex parte,
Yes.
because Ms. Walsh was the only one present, and so while the court can take judicial notice of the court, whatever is in the court file, and I was the presiding officer, none of that was subject to cross-examination. And so what I'm telling Ms. Zimmerman is that I want it heard again because I want you to have the opportunity to cross-examine. I'm not, as I said at the beginning, I love trials. I have 3 decades in the courtroom, and I really believe in cross-examination. And so rather than limit any exposure, especially since I'm dealing with you who is ex parte, I want to hear it again, subject to cross-examination and a different set of eyes. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
that's what I was doing there, is letting Ms. Zimmerman know I want to hear more.
So, Ms. Walsh, we talked previously about your job as a YouTuber. And what genre of channel do you have?
True crime.
And is that a large online community?
Yes.
How would you describe the nature of the work that you do in the true crime community?
We research and analyze and then make content. And I also have a discussion group, but make content about cases all over the world.
Okay. And are you familiar with Ms. Oriani's channel?
Yes.
And what is the name of her channel?
Truth and Transparency.
How would you categorize her channel?
She says it's true crime. I would categorize it as drama.
Okay. Is it, does she, on her channel, purport to place herself under the umbrella of true crime?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you initially come into contact with Ms. Oriani?
I was first made aware of her because I was sent a threatening post that she posted December 31st, 2020.
So, December 31st of 2020. And what was that post?
It's a post in a large group where she talks about my channel and me. I go on Facebook, I'm Vanessa, and she's angry in the post and then tags her current location at the bottom as Tessa's house.
Do you recall what she was angry about?
Just
Just broadly speaking.
the Chris Watts case.
Had you commented on the Chris Watts case?
Yes.
And had Ms. Oriani also publicly commented on the Chris Watts case?
Yes.
Okay.
So, sorry to answer your question fully. I knew her through that and through her online Shazam video.
Okay. So on December 31st of 2020, she posted something saying that she was at your house, which,
Yes,
and she was not in fact at your house.
correct.
Around that time, did you come to the understanding that she had requested information about your home address?
No, I didn't know that until this December.
At what point did you initially engage with Ms. Oriani?
August 6th, I believe, of this year.
The 6th of this year hasn't happened yet.
Oh, I mean, last year, I'm sorry.
In 2021,
Yes, 21, sorry.
And had Ms. Oriani attempted to engage with you between December 31st of 2020 and August of 2021?
Yes.
How often?
I know at least 2 times where she asked my employee that she wanted to be on my channel and to send me a video.
And what did you respond?
I said no.
Why?
I did not want any association with her because of the nature of her Shazam videos.
And what is the nature of the Shazam videos?
She wears a corpse filter and mocks. She plays a deceased Shanann Watts and mocks Bella and Cece's death.
Okay.
Sorry, Bella and Cece Watts.
So I would like the court to take judicial notice of the fact that the Watts case is a Weld County case originating in Colorado from, I think, 2018, wherein Chris Watts pled guilty to killing his wife and 2 daughters, and this was a case where he disposed of the bodies of the girls in oil tankers on the Anadarko site. It was a nationally relevant news story and is something that I think
I don't know that it's appropriate for me to take judicial notice of it. Your client has mentioned the case. I don't know why I would need to take judicial notice of the case.
Will you clarify who Bella and Cece are?
The daughters of Shanann and Chris Watts.
Did Chris Watts murder them?
Yes, he did.
So now go back and explain again what the Shazam videos are with that context.
She wears a corpse filter, and
I'm sorry, when you say she, who are you?
Miss Oriani wears a corpse filter over her face, and
What is that?
it's
Your Honor, I do have the videos if it would help the court. They're profoundly disturbing, which is why I am not playing them.
I guess I'm not even sure how it's relevant.
I think that watching the videos is not relevant. The only part of it that is relevant is that is the reason that Ms. Walsh was not engaging with Ms. Oriani was because she did not want to be associated with the creator of those videos. That's it.
So you could really sum that up by saying that Ms. Oriani has a website that Ms. Walsh finds distasteful or irreputable.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. Why did you then choose to engage with Ms. Oriani when you did?
there was a live on a different channel that was set to it had an advertisement up with the advertisement was half my face and Miss Oriani's face, and it said that they were going to fully dox us, which means publish our personal information on a live.
Why did that cause you concern?
Because I am very private and that's not been done, so I contacted YouTube to stop it.
And so, did you reach out to Ms. Oriani or did she reach out to you about it?
And I reached out to her to see if she had seen the ad and was able to reach YouTube.
And then what happened?
YouTube told me it would take 48 hours. The video was set for 24. So I was basically in a panic trying to see how I could get it to not air.
Did you think that by working with Ms. Oriani you could get it to not air?
Yes.
Will you describe how your interaction with Ms. Oriani progressed after that?
The conversations were friendly, and after that, we spoke about mainly, bullying online, things of that nature. In August, in September, there was one day in particular, I think she sent me 13 messages in a row. I was not responding as much, trying to kind of back off of it. And then I think we spoke again in November.
And what happened after you spoke in November?
We spoke in November, and then towards the end of November, beginning of December, there was a shift that I noticed.
What did you notice?
She, despite being friendly in the conversations, started having lives. So she'd be friendly to me in the conversation and have a live, accusing me of things and being adversary. So
Is a live, are you talking about a live stream?
a live broadcast, yeah, like a TV show.
And so what did you do to discontinue communication with her?
First, I tried to talk to her to see if I could control the situation that way and just kind of keep on good terms so nothing would escalate, just be nice.
How long was that phone conversation?
On December 2nd, I believe it was 5 hours, and it was right after a live where she had accused me of something and then made one of my employees very uncomfortable, and I contacted her about that.
Is it fair to say that you thought that if you could talk to her that you could fix the situation and get her to stop doing it?
Yes.
Did that work?
No.
What did you do next?
It ended up having the opposite effect, and so I blocked her on December 21st.
What do you mean it had the opposite effect?
I felt like the nicer I was and the more I tried to reason with her, the more irrational she became. She basically said that I need to publicly back her and her version of things or else, and tagging me in videos and things. I even asked her to please not do that, not tag me anymore, and she said that she'll do what she wants.
What was she threatening to do if you didn't publicly back her?
I don't know what she meant by just, or else, I don't know what that encompassed at the time.
So, how did you feel when you were faced with the choice of either blocking her or just letting everything continue?
I was stressed out because I didn't want any more communication, but I also was nervous about what would happen if I blocked her. But ultimately, I didn't want any more communication, so I chose to block her.
And what happened after that?
She got extremely upset.
How do you know that?
She had a live broadcast where she was extremely angry about it and even cried at the end.
And after that live broadcast and her being very upset, did she discontinue communication with you or at you?
No.
What did she do after that since she was blocked?
She went live about me every single day for hours a day, and it just increased in alarming behavior every single day.
So when you say she went live about you, was this about your commentary on the Chris Watts case?
No.
Or was it about you personally?
Me personally.
At some point, did she disclose personal medical information about you?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She disclosed that I had a miscarriage over the summer, and what was so upsetting was she blackmailed me with it first. When I didn't comply, she released it.
So describe that for me.
She was on a video, I believe it was December 29th. That was actually one of the videos that prompted me to get help. Her whole entire demeanor was alarming. The way she was speaking, the way she was acting. The thing she was saying that, all kinds of things about me, and saying that if any of my friends ever spoke about her, or if I didn't, basically because I blocked her, she was going to release medical information on me.
And what were the events that caused you to seek the protection order in this case?
Those events, and then becoming aware that at the same time all this was going on, that she had threatened bodily harm and to come to my house prior to this.
Was it your understanding that she knew where you lived?
Yes, she asked for all my information, address, family members.
And was it your understanding that she had that information?
Yes.
And did that include the photo of your husband?
Yes. She also, I'm sorry.
No, please.
During that video, she also stated the biggest thing that pushed me to come was that she said that she had tried to get my attention a year ago by placing a picture of my husband in an advertisement video for the Chris Watts murders. It had no place there. I never saw it, so I didn't know that it happened until this current December.
Have you seen it since then?
Yes.
And do you know when it was recorded?
January 5th of 2021.
Would you recognize that video if you saw it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I am approaching to show Ms. Walsh what has been marked as Exhibit 14D. Is this the trailer that was played on January 5th of 2020 or 2021?
That would be this past January, so yes.
Okay. So it was a year, it was roughly 6 months before you had any interaction with Ms. Oriani.
Correct.
Okay. And did you send this video clip?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the video clip that you saw of this trailer?
Yes.
And it was presented on Ms. Oriani's channel?
Yes.
So I have your attention now? This is what the uneducated want you to see. Yes, the uneducated. Those who are misinformed. Must feel special. Look at. Father's Day. Thank you. My dad is special. Oh, is this facts? President? Oh, good. This is like a soap opera. So funny. That's what I think too. This is what I do. This is what I do. I dissect and I investigate. I investigate the orders. I investigate this case. What does a 35C look like? 4 pages that you fill out? I dare you and encourage you to come take a ride with me.
this is a complete trailer, and Ms. Walsh, is this a trailer for like an upcoming episode that
Yes,
Ms. Oriani was doing at the time?
yes.
So at 2:31, I paused it. There's a photo that seems different than the other photos that were in there. Who's that?
That's my husband.
I'm going to stop it now. That photo was displayed from 2:31 to 2:37 for 6 seconds.
Shazam, season 2. But Blair, it's a puzzle. It's a lunar eclipse, Blair, but it's not a puzzle. It's a lunar eclipse. It's a lunar eclipse, Blair. Let's not talk to Christopher for the past 2 years. But who is Christopher? Who is Christopher? Who is anybody in this puzzle? Find out on season 2. Shazam. What a day. But Blair, all the broadcasting, all copyrights. Let's just give it to Christopher.
Your Honor, I request that Exhibit 14D be admitted.
Ms. Oriani,
No objections.
all right, 14D will be admitted.
And then I'm going to play the related Exhibit 15A, which is Ms. Oriani's more recent commentary on that trailer, so that I can discuss them together. Is this a video clip that you took, Ms. Walsh?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of the video clip that you took?
Yes.
In November, mainly. Who's Lana? Well, how about this, Vanessa? You saw the trailer that I did. And something that I put in that trailer that is money now to this day is Andrea Powers sent me a picture of Vanessa's husband. And what did I do? I put Vanessa's husband, that picture, in my trailer. In my Shazam What a Day trailer. Now, everybody's watched this, supposedly. Okay? Wouldn't you if you were Vanessa? Nobody's gonna know who her husband is. Except for Vanessa. If you watch this trailer, it's 2 minutes long, I'm gonna play it, and you see a picture of your husband, wouldn't you say, oh, wouldn't you call up your business partner, supposedly who's Teresa, or your right hand, call Teresa and say, holy shit, what is this trailer? Did you see the part at 1 minute and 19 seconds? What? No. That's Sean. Oh, wait, that's right. Teresa didn't even know what Sean looked like. Nobody knew. But Andrew Powers did. Andrew Powers gave me that shit in 2020 of November and December. And gave me this story, this narrative of Vanessa. And I'm like, I paid no attention to it. Don't care about these people. That's not how I operate. I do my thing. I don't care what people do. So they start messing with me in line. So I go ahead and I put a picture of Sean in this trailer. And I thought to myself, and I had an aha moment. Vanessa never went to anybody, not even to the FBI, nobody, and never said a word about the fact that her husband's picture was in the trailer. So I had an aha moment, as I normally do when I think about things. And I said, Teresa, I said, remember how I told you that those plots, Shazam trailers were altered to the point that somebody put on a toe tag of a little baby that was the...
Okay. So, did you see this second clip when it was live?
Yes.
Is that how you became aware that there had been a previous trailer featuring Sean?
Yes.
And you heard, did you hear Ms. Oriani discuss the timeline of when she got that photo of Sean?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said it was November 2020, which is not true.
She said it in November or December of 2020. Does that sound more accurate?
Yes, December 2020 is.
How many months is that before you knew who she was?
It was actually the same day.
And how many months is that before you engaged with her?
6, actually 8 months.
And during that time, she was reaching out to you.
Yes.
So there's this yellow thing that popped up on that exhibit that says $9.99.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
That's a super chat.
What does that mean?
While she was doing the lives about me, she was collecting money off of them. They're also monetized with commercials.
Understood. Your Honor, I submit Exhibit 15A into evidence. And the prior Exhibit 14D.
Any objection to 15A and
Nope.
14B? Those exhibits will be admitted.
So, leading up to filing the temporary protection order, we've sort of discussed the trajectory of the relationship. What was the most serious thing that happened immediately before you saw the temporary protection order?
Was kind of a culmination of those last several days.
Is it fair to say that it felt more escalated to you once your family was involved?
Absolutely.
And is that part of the reason that you saw the protection order?
That and because of what I was shown about her prior threats.
Are those threats directed at you?
Yes.
And other people shared with you information tending to show that Ms. Oriani has threatened you
Yes.
with physical harm?
Yes.
I don't have anything else to enter. Thank you.
Ms. Walsh, I'm going to ask you a few questions now, and the reason that I'm cutting in front of Ms. Oriani is I want Ms. Oriani to have the opportunity to then follow up on my questions, and then, of course, Ms. Zimmerman will have an opportunity to follow up as well. What piece of evidence would you direct me to where you felt there was a threat of harm to you?
I have proof of it. I have a screenshot where she says she's going to come to my house and, quote, fuck up my face.
That's the first I've heard of that.
Your Honor, we do have that. It is from a different person. It is a text string between Ms. Oriani and a different person that was forwarded to Ms. Walsh, and so there are admissibility issues, although I would be happy to admit it as it relates to the effect on the listener and not for the truth of the matter asserted. If the court would be interested in seeing.
No, I'm really interested in just the bare bones here. What were you fearful that Ms. Oriani was going to do?
Come to my home and continue to put out information on my family members, including my children.
Okay, well, let me ask you then a rather rhetorical question. How are you different as a blogger or as a researcher for your blog than the celebrities in Hollywood?
I'm definitely not viewed as much as they are.
Okay, so that goes to the amount of fame. Okay, but going to Hollywood, they have the tours of the celebrity homes. Okay, where celebrities who don't want their public want their addresses made public, and now they have a tour bus driving by their home. How are you different?
Because I've kept my personal information private, there's not that much interest in me. It's all out there now, but it wasn't before.
So you don't consider yourself a public figure?
I wouldn't say a huge one, maybe a small public figure. And I'm not necessarily afraid that she's going to just drive by my house after I saw the threats as well, that she quotes that she wanted to fuck up my face twice, and she said,
Okay, well, that's not in evidence. So,
okay,
based on what your attorney admitted, what do you believe I should be looking at?
the sheer amount, that's just a small sampling of what has gone on, and the fact that even with the TPO, instead of backing off or following the court's order, she escalated it even further than before I got here.
Right. But there's two prongs here, and what I'm looking for is prong number one. Okay, so back to the whole reason for the protection order in the first place. Okay, did this cause you emotional harm?
Yes,
How so?
it's caused me anxiety. I've had to go on blood pressure medication, had to increase the anti-anxiety meds. I've been unable to work. I spend all my time now trying to see what threats are out there and what's being said instead of putting out content, therefore not making any money.
Okay, well, that's going to be my next question. How about just don't turn on that channel or click on the I think it's called a channel,
Yeah.
right? The YouTube channel. Why not just don't turn it on?
I don't actually sub to her channel, which is, so how it works is when I pull up my channel every day for work, you have a feed that gives notifications and it shows me that anyway, and they're sent to me because people are worried about me as well.
All right. Those were my questions. All right, Ms. Oriani, you are going to have an opportunity for cross-examination. Now, you seem well enough versed that I'm going to allow you to just cross-examine yourself as long as the questions aren't argumentative and aren't testimony. Okay? So, otherwise, I'll let you ask questions and then I'll reword them to make them proper. I'm going to try to assist you if I can. But I'd rather just allow you to carry on. But first, we're going to take a brief break because I did have a glass of water earlier. So we're going to be in recess for 10 minutes and then get started. So I've got 10:57. Let's come back at 10 after 11. All right, folks, it is 11:10. So let's go ahead and get started. Ms. Oriani, it is your turn. So, you've got all your paperwork right there. Go ahead and just stay where you are. I'm not going to have you go to the podium because you're all nicely spread out. And you may begin. Like I said, if there's an objection to your form of the question, I will try to help reword your question to make it appropriate. But let's go ahead and just start off with you doing your own question.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Walsh, what was the name of your channel before it was unmasked?
Objection relevance.
Is that relevant?
Because to let her being a public figure when she first started, she wasn't unmasked, she changed the name.
It's not relevant for the protection order. I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay. Ms. Walsh, in your TPO paperwork, you mentioned that your daughter was scared to come to the door because you showed her a photograph of me. Is that correct?
Yes.
What photograph did you show her?
Objection relevance.
I never sent her any photographs.
No, you need to just be quiet while I think about what that objection is. And I'm going to overrule that objection. I do think that it's relevant. It was one of the reasons that I considered in granting the temporary order of protection.
I showed her a picture of you from your channel.
Which picture?
One of your lives.
Ms. Walsh, did you found any police reports on Ms. Oriani prior to filing a TPO?
Objection, Lana.
I'm going to allow the question. It's certainly not a requirement, but Ms. Oriani is entitled to explore the circumstances surrounding the TPO.
No, I did not.
Why not, Ms. Walsh?
Because I was hoping that I could get a temporary restraining order.
Did you include your minor daughter in your temporary restraining order?
No,
Why not, Ms. Walsh?
for her privacy and protection.
Who else do you live with, Ms. Walsh?
Objection, relevance.
What's the need?
I'll be open. I just want to add to my objection. My concern is that Ms. Oriani is inappropriately using this cross-examination to gather additional personal information about Ms. Walsh that really doesn't have to do.
Sure. Well, attorneys call those fishing expeditions, and they do them all the time. So, Ms. Oriani, what's the need?
I'm curious to know if she showed my picture to other members of her family. Why she showed my picture in the first place.
I don't think that's relevant.
Okay. Did you ever contact Ms. Oriani to tell her to leave you alone?
I blocked you
When did you block me?
December 21st.
Is that an evidence?
I have an objection. Your Honor, I'm objecting to that.
Yeah, Ms. Oriani's record stands.
And Your Honor, just a point of clarification. When Ms. Oriani says Ms. Oriani, I'm not sure if it's clear if she's referring to herself in the third person or if she's referring to a different person. I just want to make sure that the record is clear.
I only know of one Ms. Oriani that has been mentioned in this, so I'm certainly taking that as the defendant herself. And you know the difficulties when you're asking your own questions as a pro se party. How do you refer to yourself? Do you use the first person? Do you use the third person? I don't find that confusing. So, Ms. Oriani, you may continue.
Ms. Walsh, she stated that in her TPO, that I do believe when she comes to Denver, she will come to my home. I've had to show my daughter a picture of her in case she comes here, which has caused her unnecessary stress. She's afraid to answer the door. Why would showing your daughter a picture of me cause her unnecessary stress?
Because of the nature of why I had to show her the picture.
So did you explain to your daughter why?
Yes.
And what did you explain to your daughter?
I explained as well as I could the situation, that she was not, if she saw you, she was not to open the door because there was something going on between me and you. I showed her your picture. I explained that you were making threatening comments about me online. I wanted her to understand that I was serious not to open the door if she saw you.
Ms. Walsh, do you remember on August 6th when you reached out to me and made contact with me, August 6th, 2021?
Yes.
And you mentioned that another creator made a Facebook or YouTube live and had our names and pictures.
Yes.
Who was that?
Mandy C.
Do you know what her real name is?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did Mandy C. threaten your children and you?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, why did you reach out to me on August 6th for help?
Because of the advertisement I saw for that video.
But why would you reach out to me for help?
Because both of us were on the advertisement, it's been detoxed.
But you can't stand me and would have nothing to do with me in your testimony earlier.
I didn't want association with you as far as my brand, but that was a different type of situation.
Isn't it true that Mandy C. is known as Ms. Bowden, has a criminal history in the federal correction system?
Objection, relevance, and lack of foundation. Yeah, asking for hearsay.
Sustained for all those reasons.
Ms. Walsh, are you aware that your attorney filed a emergency quash order, a motion?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, are you aware that your attorney said that your daughter had no inkling about this case?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, she just stated that she told her daughter about this case.
You're asking her to comment on something that another party said. So you're going to need to lay more foundation and show why that would be relevant.
Ms. Walsh, how many people are employed at Unmasked?
Objection, relevance.
I need to hear a little more about that, Ms. Oriani.
When the @ symbol Unmasked, it's not just referring to...
I'm going to object to Ms. Oriani testifying in this context.
All right. Ms. Oriani, are you laying more of the foundation?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm trying to explain that Unmasked is run not just by Ms. Walsh. And I have...
No. You need to do that through questioning. But if you're telling me that you are laying a further foundation for an explanation as to something that is relevant, for instance, something that you are seeing in her application, then I'm going to allow you to delve a little farther before I make a ruling on it. Okay? So if you're telling me that's foundation, I'm going to allow it for that purpose and that purpose only. Go ahead.
So then, Ms. Walsh, how many people are employed with Unmasked?
0.
Do you have any volunteers?
Yes.
How many?
English capacity.
I'm objecting against relevance. There is no relevance to the current number of volunteers who work for Ms. Walsh.
Why would that be relevant, Ms. Oriani? How many volunteers? Volunteers come and go.
Because these volunteers were the ones that were instructed under Ms. Walsh to do things.
Well, then I think you can ask a question, such as, Ms. Walsh, was one of your volunteers instructed to do X, Y, and Z?
There you go, Ms. Walsh. Do you know Christine Marie?
Yes.
How do you know her?
She used to be my editor.
Your Honor, I'd like to submit into evidence documentation of screenshots between Christine Marie and her staff member.
All right, you're going to need to lay more foundation first, okay? You need to call the exhibit to the attention of the witness, have her authenticate it, and then establish why that would be relevant for today. All of that needs to be done before I consider it.
Okay. Well, I would like to approach to give the witness a copy of the screenshot between her and Christine Marie.
What's it marked?
double D.
Okay, has that exhibit been given to the plaintiff before?
Yes, it was in the Dropbox.
Which file is that?
It's actually in the other one. It is. It is 842_3.
Which file is it in?
The order.
The file that says order exhibits?
Mm-hmm.
You said 842_3?
Yes. Were you able to find it?
Yeah. Got it.
Okay. May I approach the
You may, go ahead.
Miss Walsh, is that you writing Christine Marie, my first, last name, where I live, and my age?
Yes, it is.
What's the date on there?
February 15th, 2021.
Why would you give Christine Marie my name and where I lived and my age?
Well, first of all, it's your last name is spelled incorrectly, and it's not where you live. It's just the city in Ohio. But the reason I gave it to her was that this is out of context. 2 days prior to this, she asked me who you were. She's also, at the time, was under an NDA, so she'd be unable to share that information.
Miss Walsh, so why did you give her my information?
Because 2 days prior, she asked who you were.
So randomly out of the blue, Christine Marie asked you who I was.
I understand the court's trying to give you into a pro se, but again, and that's appropriate, I am objecting to the elements of this line question.
Ms. Oriani, I don't see any relevance that has been linked. So I'm going to give you one more question to establish how this is relevant to today's proceedings. And again, I listed the burden of proof on the plaintiff before we get started, and I'm really sticking to those elements that need to be shown or disproven. if you wish to chip away at something that was presented earlier. You don't have the burden here. It's the plaintiff that does.
Correct. Your Honor, it's to show the foundation that it was actually Ms. Walsh who was seeking out me. I do not have a YouTube channel, February 15th, 2021.
I object to Ms. Oriani testifying at this time.
All right. I'm going to, at this time, prevent any further inquiry regarding
Regarding that.
issue.
Ms. Walsh, do you know a James Angelo?
Objection, relevance.
They submitted in evidence that said James Angelo's name when I tagged unmasked in one of their exhibits.
You're going to need a little more than that to be relevant.
Is James Angelo your business manager?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to allow that question if it's foundational.
No.
Your Honor,
Was he ever your business manager?
No.
I would like to submit into evidence Ms. Walsh's public documents obtaining a corporation license in the state of Colorado with Mr. James Angelo as the filing party.
Your Honor, I object as to relevance. My concern here again is that Ms. Oriani is using this not as a fishing expedition to get relevant factual investigation, but as a fishing expedition to get personal information about Ms. Walsh's personal and professional lives that aren't any of her business and that she can't get otherwise.
Well, I'm going to, first of all, again, Ms. Oriani, you need to show the exhibit first. You need to establish that this witness would be the correct person to talk about the exhibit, that they recognize the exhibit, that they can, what we call, authenticate it. Then you need to establish how that would be relevant before the court will consider it, okay?
I guess, Your Honor, I guess I would maybe see if the court is open to asking for an offer of proof about how this whole James Angelo line of questioning has an impact on this hearing.
I think that's a good idea, counsel. Ms. Oriani, what's the purpose for James Angelo?
He's the one that reached out to me and labeled himself as the unmasked business manager and wanted to get into an MBA. And I can give the messages that he sent me.
Okay, well, that's not really cross-examination. Instead, that's your testimony. So you can talk about that as part of your testimony, and that's where it would be relevant.
Okay.
The mistake many attorneys make is trying to take an adverse witness. I'm not going to say hostile because she certainly answered all the questions here, but to take an adverse witness and to try to make that your case in chief. You have an opportunity to testify unfettered if you would like to. But at this time, I don't even find that relevant. What a person that I'm just hearing about right now may or may not have said to you, that's going to be all hearsay.
Okay. Ms. Walsh, you referred to in your testimony, you said we when referring to unmasked. Who is we?
Objection, relevance.
I think that's a fair question. Go ahead and answer it, ma'am.
It's part of my testimony.
You were saying how you weren't able to work on videos.
I thought I said I.
Wouldn't you have help from others in doing a video? Okay. ask another question, Ms. Oriani?
So who are the we?
It doesn't matter.
Okay,
It's
so
not
you have
relevant.
help with you have help with videos.
I have a.
You have help running your channel.
Yes, correct.
So when you say that your channel is being tagged, that would be referring to anybody that was helping with a video.
No, because they don't have access to my YouTube channel, only I do. So I'm the only one getting the feed.
You said that you were given a trailer on January 15th of 2021 in your testimony, and then you said that you hadn't known of Ms. Oriani at all.
Well, you need to ask one idea per question.
How were you given the trailer Shazam? She testified to.
It was given to me by Andrea Powers.
Who's Andrea Powers?
Objection to relevance.
I think it is relevant, more for the court to understand this whole scenario. Just in general, who is this Andrea Powers person?
Just somebody that has another channel on YouTube. She's like another creator, and someone who follows the cases.
And when did she give you that video?
You've already asked that question and given the answer, so let's move on.
Okay. I want to submit into evidence and show for authentication my conversations with Vanessa Walsh in direct messenger. The only place we communicated.
Okay, well, the first thing you need to do is to show those to your witness.
So should she just use my phone to go through it so she could see them?
If you use your phone to go through it, I'm going to seize your phone as evidence. You have
Okay.
hard copies?
Yes, I have hard copies.
There we go.
Can you tell me what those are marked for sure? I don't know what Ms. Oriani is approaching Ms. Walsh with. I'm wondering if she can direct me to what they're marked or show me the hard copies.
Yeah, can you go ahead and show those to opposing counsel first? All right, Ms. Oriani, what did you just hand to your witness?
It'll be labeled as HH.
All of that is one exhibit?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's the initial contact made by Ms. Walsh to Ms. Oriani myself.
Once again, I am going to object to Ms. Oriani testifying.
Yeah. Ms. Oriani, your next question is going to be, do you recognize?
Yeah, do you recognize these exchanges?
Yes.
Can you turn to, actually, can you read out loud your conversation at your side?
That's you. So she says, you said, do you recognize it? And the next question is going to be, what is it?
What is it?
A conversation between you and I via Facebook.
And when was it made? All of those questions that,
What's the date on it?
First message is August 6th, 2021.
And what does it say? Why'd you reach out? What's the first question there?
This has been, I can't object to this has been asked and answered multiple times.
I don't know yet what's on the floor here. So I'll put a pin in your objection and wait to see what this content is. Cross-examination, it's okay to ask a question several times just to fully flesh it out, but Ms. Oriani, you are using a lot of valuable time.
Ms. Walsh, is it the fact that you would have never reached out to Lana Oriani in February of 2021 if she was not involved with the Christopher Walsh case and had a relationship with Christopher and his family?
Objection compound.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that was even going. Let's just do one thought per question, Ms. Oriani. You confused me. That was too long. If you can break that down for me, I need to be able to understand where you're going, and I don't.
Can you read for the courts what you said on that date?
What date is that?
August 6, 2021.
Okay.
The first line. Hey, it's Vanessa from Unmasked.
Okay, and then can you continue?
With my side of our context.
Yep.
You see it?
And then is there something sent to me on the next page? There's like 16, I think, pages that go with that exhibit.
Yes.
How many exhibits did you send then to me, clips? Was it 4 of them?
Understand the question.
How many clips did you send me? Was it from the drama channel?
I'm looking at the page you're referring to. I don't see clips. I see a link.
And then the next page, there's not 4 clips there.
No, there's not.
Like pictures. Can you read then what's said on the next page as to why you're reaching out?
The first page.
You just read the first page, so the second page there.
I said, you see it, and I sent you the link of the advertisement that I referred to
Okay, why did you send that to me?
because we were both going to be the subject of this live.
Okay, can you continue on with that?
I can show you the page number.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
It's right here. Yeah, phone numbers and all that other shit.
Ms. Oriani, I gotta tell you, you're really losing me though. Why is any of this relevant? Ms. Walsh has testified that she did contact you regarding her concerns. Isn't this just bolstering what she has already testified to?
She testified as to her version of events, and these documentations counter or
Okay, well, why wouldn't you then ask her some leading questions that would show, that would point exactly to where you believe the conflict lies, and impeach her with those? Because I'm as the finder of fact here, I'm lost.
Okay, sure.
Isn't it true that you told me that you were going to give a C and D to Andrea Powers for her shit that she did to your husband?
Objection, relevance.
The relevance is that she's saying that she got something from Andrea Powers, who she picked out of her page.
Yeah, that's another,
Okay.
that's a 404B kind of situation here. I don't find that proper. So let's go ahead and move on, Ms. Oriani.
Okay, Ms. Walsh, have you been watching my channel, Truth and Transparency?
What time frame?
When did you begin watching my channel, Truth and Transparency?
I've never watched it regularly until recently when it pops up on my feed. I'm not subscribed to it.
Alright, Ms. Walsh, you state here in your TPO that Lana went on live broadcast after Truth and Transparency spoke about me for 5 hours. She gave out my full legal name multiple times to thousands of people. She admitted that she has been stalking me for a year. She admitted getting intel on my family and putting a picture of my husband in a trailer for a video to get my attention. She also blackmailed me during this live and threatened to release medical information about me. Is that what you wrote in your TPO?
Yes.
Did you show any testimony here or any evidence of the 5-hour live on 12/29/2021?
I object. Ms. Oriani is asking Ms. Walsh to comment on what's in evidence, which I think is much more a matter for the court to.
It is.
Okay.
So that objection is sustained.
When you wrote me and said that Mandy put your full legal name on a video and a screenshot and you had to contact YouTube Legal and you asked for me to help, did you then go and obtain a TPO out on Mandy C?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
As well, she listed here that Lana has contacted my ex-employees, customers, and former friends. Your testimony here today says that you do not have any employees.
We're speaking about one particular person.
No, I was asked, do you have any employees? And Lana asked.
I no longer do. At the time, you contacted my ex-employee,
Who was that?
Teresa Steffens.
I contacted Teresa Steffens. When?
Objection. Essentially, Ms. Oriani is attempting to elicit hearsay in the sense that she's asking Ms. Walsh about something that she hasn't established that Ms. Walsh has personal knowledge of, except, I guess, through somebody else telling her about.
Right. Well, I don't think that she's stepped over that hearsay line yet. I think it's fair that she talk about a statement in her application. So if the question is asking her when she contacted Ms. Steffens, how she contacted, then all of that is okay. So I'm going to allow it. Continue, Ms. Oriani. Please restate your question. Repeat it just because I can't remember.
You said that Lana has contacted my ex-employees, customers, and former friends and asked for personal information regarding my personal life, time numbers, and even what prescriptions I take. So the question is what employees, ex-employees, customers, and former friends?
Teresa Steffens is the ex-employee.
And when did I contact Teresa Steffens?
During your live broadcast, when you were intimidating, harassing, threatening me for all of those days, you show your messenger box, and we all saw it where Teresa in your inbox laughing while you were doing it and sending you information saying incoming voicemail, incoming stuff. You broadcasted your own personal messages on your live.
Where was this?
On your lives in December.
Ms. Walsh, you knew that me and Teresa Stephens had been talking since April 5th, did you not? Under testimony, you said that.
Hold on, that's the question. Let her answer.
Yes.
So could that have been a message from April 5th, April 30th, June 10th?
No, it literally came in while you were doing the live about me. You saw it, you showed your inbox, and it came in live, on your live. And she was also in comments laughing while you were doing it. And you've also sent yourself on your lives that you've been talking to her about this.
No, that's not what I said.
No, you don't get a comment like that.
You're right. Can you strike that from the record, please?
Oh, I'm just not going to consider it.
Okay. That has contacted my ex-employees, customers, and former friends and asked for personal information regarding my personal life, family members, and even what prescriptions I take. Where was that all?
You've admitted most of it yourself on the live broadcast, and
Is that in evidence?
Objection to that question.
Yeah, that's for the court.
Yes.
For the court to either get or not get, depending on what my notes and review of the exhibits tell me.
Okay, Ms. Walsh, you also state she impersonated my close friend's wife, drove to a tire store to get a receipt in order to obtain their personal information, including their name, email address, and home address. She is using this information to intimidate and harass me. She's completely obsessed with me. Do you recall that statement?
yes,
Who is the close friend?
James Angelo,
Who is James Angelo?
the close friend I referred to.
And how would this have anything to do with your TPO? Does he live with you?
No, you're
Okay.
stuck with that answer. She identified who that person is. Go ahead and move on. I'm not going to allow a fishing expedition regarding who Mr. Angelo is. She's identified the person that she was talking about.
Ms. Walsh, how does myself driving to a tire store to get a receipt have anything to do with, in Ohio, at a tire store, have anything to do with you?
I'm objecting to learning.
I'm going to allow you to explore this, Ms. Oriani, but you need to be aware, once you start to open the door, that's what that's called, you invite in testimony that wouldn't otherwise be allowed. So please be aware, I don't know if this is going to do that, but you need to be aware that when you do ask questions, then they get to come back on rebuttal and present more information to rebut what you just said. So with that cautionary tale, you may continue. The question was, how does the receipt from the tire store play into this?
When you were on your live broadcast for the tire store, you were going to get receipts, and you had my ex-volunteer on your panel saying what you were going to do and why.
What was this ex-volunteer on my panel for?
What was she on your panel for?
Yeah, you reported this live in your TPO, so do you recall what she was talking about?
You asked my opinion because you invited her on your panel. You would have to answer that question.
What was she saying on this live?
Objection.
It is hearsay. That objection is going to be sustained.
You testified that there was a clip from Natasha Cooper in your direct examination, and you stated that I was in chat while she was live. When you're in chat, can you talk with the other people that are in chat, the other subscribers?
Yes.
So is it possible that Ms. Oriani and myself was talking to the 900 people that were in chat?
Objection, she's asking for speculation.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, how many live broadcasts have you done about Lana Oriani?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, you stated in your testimony that I do mock trials. Is that correct?
I stated that you did one about this hearing.
Do you know how many videos Ms. Oriani and myself has put up on YouTube that pertain to other mock trials?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, have I ever commented on your page?
On the videos?
Have I ever commented on your videos page?
Yes.
I have.
Yes.
When?
I don't remember the date. I know which video it was.
Ms. Walsh, do you remember reaching out to me when you asked me on December 3rd why your face was a money shot on a live broadcast? It's not in those.
Objection, it's relevance.
I'm not sure how this might be relevant, so I'm going to allow a follow-up question.
Ms. Walsh, did I show you a document screenshot of you and Ludovic Viviani saying my name, Lana, 482 times to the two parties?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor,
Ms. Oriani, you lost me again. I don't know what that is referring to. You're going to have to really provide some foundational questions to build up to that, where you can testify to that yourself. But that question is asked rather in a vacuum, and I'm not sure what to do with it by itself. That's a long explanation to say that objection is going to be sustained at this point.
Ms. Walsh, who gave you, you say that you became aware of Ms. Oriani by making a post on December 30th or 31st, 2020.
Correct.
Where was that post made?
A Facebook group called The Accused.
Is it here?
I can't remember if I submitted it or not.
Your Honor, again, Ms. Oriani is asking about what I think he's trying to ask about what has been admitted into evidence. I didn't truthfully understand that question, but I do object.
Ms. Oriani, that objection is going to be sustained.
Ms. Walsh, have I ever said that I was coming to your home to you?
No.
Ms. Walsh, did I ever say that I was going to cause you or your family bodily harm?
Did you ever say it to me? You said it to others.
Have I ever said it to you, Ms. Walsh?
No.
Ms. Walsh, isn't it true that you just want me not to talk about you?
Objection.
That's a fair question.
I guess, let me tell you my objection, just for the record. I think that what Ms. Oriani is trying to do is imply that Ms. Walsh is trying to use this proceeding for some purpose other than getting a permanent protection order to protect her.
That's your theory of the case.
Exactly what she's doing.
Ms. Oriani, go ahead.
Yes.
You repeat your question.
Did I ever threaten bodily harm?
I don't think that was the question you just asked. But I did answer, but once again, not directly to me, to others.
Ms. Walsh, isn't it true that you are doing this so that I will stop talking about you?
Absolutely not.
Then why are you doing it?
Can I answer that truthfully with my opinion?
The door's been opened. You are to answer all questions, honestly and openly. Yeah.
Because I think that you are obsessed with me. I think you're mentally unstable and you scare me.
So these are your opinions of me.
Yes.
Are you a therapist?
No, I'm not.
Ms. Walsh, isn't it true the reason that you went down to the courthouse on January 13th, 2022 to obtain a temporary personal restraining order was because I had just read off on January 13th a complaint out of California where Lana Oriani and Vanessa Walsh were listed as co-defendants? Yes or no?
No.
It has nothing to do with my live feed on January 13th, 2022, that I said I'd be turning over all evidence to Judy Lynn Fox to help her.
You know, I actually got the paperwork before that live. I just didn't turn it in until the 14th.
Ms. Walsh, do you recall on August 6, 2021, when I said I would be putting together a timeline of events of a sex scandal on YouTube?
On what date?
August 6, 2021. Do you recall this conversation?
Not on that date, no.
If you keep flipping through, I think you're going to come across that exhibit.
You're going to need to direct this witness to whatever you are referring to, Ms. Oriani.
I believe in that double H on August 6, 2021. I referenced to you that we have to sit down and put all of our stuff together so that we can come up with a timeline of all the harassing that has been happening to us.
That is not what we were discussing on August 6th.
What does it say there?
Objection to the question, what does it say there?
What does it say in the HH document that
Ms.
you're looking at.
Oriani, I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. You're talking about a 16-page exhibit, and there's really no focus on your question that I'm going to be able to understand.
Ms. Walsh, are you aware of the sex scandal that happened May 27, 2021? Ms. Walsh, are you aware of the sex scandal that happened May 27, 2021 that included a bunch of creators going on a live panel on Natasha Cooper and claiming that there were 16 victims of Lana Oriani?
Objection to all this.
Yeah, sustaining.
We talked on the phone for an hour and 29 minutes on August 6, 2021. I'm sorry, August 6, 2021. Do you recall what that conversation was about?
Vaguely, but based on the rest of this, it was about the live that I contacted you about.
So your business manager, James Angelo, didn't contact me to get into an NDA on May 31st,
Objection.
just days after.
Relevance and lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, do you know about the sex scandal on YouTube?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, you stated in your TPO that I admitted that I had been stalking you for over a year. How was I stalking you?
Back in December or
Over.
currently?
You said, in your TPO, you said, she has been stalking me for a year. So this was filed January 13th, 2021. So January 13th, or I'm sorry, 22. So let's go back to 2021.
If you're referring to what I just found out about back in December,
I'm asking, how have I been stalking you? How did I admit to stalking you?
you didn't admit what you did before you said
So then therefore, is this then an incorrect statement on her?
No, Ms. Oriani, you've asked a very broad question, and this witness is entitled to answer it fully.
I agree, Your Honor. Please.
Go ahead.
I didn't know until recently about December 31st, 2021, or 2020. You had told me that Andrea Powers was stalking me, and you attributed everything you had done to Andrea, and now I saw proof that you actually did it. Andrea did not.
Where's that proof?
I have it.
The proof that I've been stalking you through Andrea Powers?
Yes.
Ms. Walsh, have I ever attempted to get into any of your Patreon groups or Facebook groups?
Yes.
I've been a member.
Yes.
When?
I don't remember the exact date you joined.
Does August 2021 ring a bell?
That could be correct.
So, who was a member of your Facebook group, and me or Andrea Powers, in 2020 to 2021, December 20th, 2020 to August 2021. Was I a member or was Andrea Powers a member?
Well, both of you were members at one time.
Was I a member of your group from December 2020 to August 2021? Was I a member during that time period?
No, not unless you were under.
Was I a member?
Let her answer the question, Ms. Oriani.
I can 100% attest to that because people join under fake accounts all the time. Am I aware of your name joining? No, not until you say if it's August. It was around that time.
Around what time?
August of 2021 when we were speaking.
So I didn't join your group until after speaking to you, after you reached out to me.
That I'm aware of.
Isn't that correct?
That doesn't mean you weren't.
Do you have any evidence to prove that I've been in your group prior to August 2021?
I don't have any evidence in what form.
Because I wasn't in your group.
No, Ms. Oriani, it's not an appropriate question. It's been asked and answered. And then the commentary on the end is not. And if you don't stop the commentary, I'm going to stop the questioning. Okay? You have the right to testify, but not to comment on another witness's credibility.
Ms. Walsh, isn't it true that you have a helper by the name of Melissa B?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained?
Ms. Walsh, have you ever kicked out Andrea Powers from your groups?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained?
Ms. Walsh, do you remember when we talked through Facebook application that I had no idea that you lived in Denver, Colorado?
I'm objecting to lack of foundation.
Lack of foundation, and it also calls for hearsay because while it would be a statement of a party opponent if offered by the plaintiff, it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted by the defendant. Therefore, it's not a party opponent offering it. So that objection is sustained.
Ms. Walsh, have you ever been a member of Fight for a Family nonprofit organization?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, to promote your YouTube channel Unmasked, do you use any other social media applications?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, have you ever made posts about Ms. Oriani?
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to allow that question.
I can't remember the exact dates, but I believe there was one post about you in a private group, well, about your organization as it relates to the Chris Watts case.
In evidence that I sent over, I'd like to show the witness. A post, may approach.
Ms. Oriani, can you tell me what you are referring to?
Yes, I can tell you this will be BB, but really the number that's on that Dropbox.
Which file was it in?
It should be in. It's exhibit on the 832-2.
Is that in the order? Exhibit?
Yes.
Sorry, say it again.
Yeah, 832_2.
I have it. Your story of the court, this appears to be a printout of a screenshot of text messages between the two people in your home who are here today.
Well, that would go to the authentication, and I think that objection's premature. Let's see what the witness says when it's offered to her for her authentication. Ms. Oriani, let's start with the authentication.
Is that a message between on your?
First of all, it's do you recognize
Do
it?
you recognize that screenshot?
No, but I have so many messages, it looks like it's my account.
From the Unmasked Patreon Lounge.
Possibly.
I'd like to submit that with the order there's more for her authentication.
You'd like to what?
I would like to submit a couple more documents to go
Well,
with.
you need to establish who this person is.
Yeah, I was asking her to read this.
Is it no? Not until it's admitted.
Okay.
Who is Unmasked Patreon Lounge? Is that you?
No, that's Miss Walsh's.
Well, I haven't heard that.
Miss Walsh is Unmasked Patreon Lounge, your Facebook group.
I apologize, just so I'm looking at the correct exhibit. I'm looking at something that looks like the top is a text message or a message from somebody named Kim Taylor Payne. I don't see anything about Patreon Lounge. Am I looking at the correct thing? I'm looking at 832_2.
Yeah, I'm asking her if that's from this group that she has.
I have multiple groups, it's possible it is, I don't know, there's no.
Ms. Oriani, let me clarify. So you think because this person that sent the text message was with a group that the plaintiff belongs to, that it's going to be allowed in? I'm going to sustain that objection. This is hearsay. This Kim Taylor Pate, I haven't seen the exhibit, that's what I wrote down. That person needs to be here, not...
There's a message that's underneath it that Miss Walsh is speaking to.
No, that it's inappropriate. I'm not going to allow that. There needs to be a proper foundation.
Miss Walsh, how do you promote Unmasked YouTube?
Objection asked and answered, and objection to relevance.
Okay, well, I don't ask and answer it. I would allow relevance. Why is that relevant, Ms. Oriani?
Because she has stated that she has multiple social media avenues that she promotes Unmasked, the YouTube channel.
Okay.
And within those, I was asking her if she made these statements as...
I'm not going to allow that.
Okay.
We're going down a rabbit hole.
That's fine. Miss Walsh, again, how did you say that you knew Miss Oriani, myself?
That's asked and answered. Ms. Oriani, I'm becoming impatient. For the record, it's now 12:15. We still have two other witnesses to go. We were set for, it says 1 hour hearing. I was prepared to go 3 hours, and we're now at that mark. So I'm going to ask you to speed things up. Cut to the chase here, because we still have a redirect and two other witnesses to get to.
fact that Miss Oriani blocked you on December 21st, 2021, not the other way around, Ms. Walsh?
Your Honor, objection, this doesn't have any relevance to the grounds that the court has to consider for permanent.
I'm going to allow that question.
No, that's false. I blocked you. In fact, you talked about it on your live that you pulled down and you did cry about it.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
She had a live broadcast after I blocked her, and she discussed that fact, and you did cry at the end.
Where was this live at?
Hold on, don't interrupt, Ms. Oriani. You've asked a question, and I'm asking to hear the end of the question.
And at the end of the live, she started crying, and people were comforting her in the chat, and you said that you thought I was your friend, and you have pulled that live. It is no longer public.
So you, Ms. Walsh, have all these copies of all these other videos, but the one that I state that you blocked me and I'm crying, that one's nowhere to be found.
You don't get a comment on credibility here.
Ms. Walsh, are you aware of how many videos I've done on YouTube?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, I'm still not clear on how you're in imminent danger of me.
That's a question for me to answer. Ms. Oriani.
Ms. Walsh, you consider yourself a limited purpose public figure?
Objection, she's asking Ms. Walsh to comment on a legal standard that's going to find her back to consider.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, are you aware that I was in OK in People magazine?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, isn't it true that you filed a temporary restraining order because I was talking about your business associate, James Angelo, having a PPO on him and filed October 25th, 2022?
Objection, that has been asked and answered on cross-examination.
And I find that it's very limited on relevance, and it has been asked and answered. Let's move on, Ms. Oriani.
Ms. Walsh, have I ever contacted you via phone
Through Facebook Messenger, yes.
after you contacted me?
Are you asking me if you've ever called me on the phone?
Correct.
Yes, you have. Through Facebook Messenger.
Did you pick up the phone?
A lot of times I did not.
Are you aware that we have had over 10 hours of phone conversations, Ms. Walsh?
Yes, at the end.
Ms. Walsh, didn't you ask me to get into an NDA with you?
Objection, relevance. And also, I object to the form of the question. I don't know what getting into it is.
As to the form of the question, I'm going to sustain it. I don't have any type of time period. I know there's been some discussion about an NDA already brought up. I think we fleshed that out fully. I'm going to have Ms. Oriani move on now.
Can I rephrase that question, Your Honor?
You can try. I don't know if I'm going to allow it, but I'll give you an opportunity to rephrase it.
Why would you need an NDA to speak to anybody, Ms. Walsh?
Objection.
After that, I'm going to sustain. That's way too broad.
Ms. Walsh, you testify that you haven't been putting out content due to this causing you stress.
Correct?
submit into evidence, CC, social blade unmask, information.
Okay, well, you're not allowed to submit it into evidence until you first present it to the
Can I
witness.
present and approach the witness with a document?
Yes, you may.
Can you direct me to where to find that for you? Where is that in your document?
It should be one of the first ones.
Which file was it in?
Let's see.
I can just look at the Walsh's one.
Ms. Walsh, have you seen that document before? Or see that website before?
Yes.
And can you state for the record what the name of that website is?
Socialblade.com.
And as a YouTuber, that keeps track of our production.
Well, actually, it keeps track of a lot of things, but it keeps track of the views and then subscribers specifically.
Okay. Does it also keep track of when you go live and post a video?
I'm not sure. It shows your last.
Here, I'm going to object. I'm going to tell you right now to this exhibit because it is what appears to me to be a document from a website showing analytics about YouTube channels. It is hearsay, and I object to the document or to people testifying about its contents.
All right. There's a hearsay objection. Do you believe that it meets an exception to the hearsay rule? Ms. Oriani, if so, which one?
I do agree that it meets the exception due to the fact that this is the website that we as YouTubers use to grade our production. But it's fine if I can rephrase the question.
The court will sustain the hearsay objection. That exhibit is not to be referred to or used.
That's perfect. Ms. Walsh, when's the last time you produced a video?
Objection, Rollins.
Well, actually, I think it is relevant. This witness has testified that this has caused her emotional distress and she's not blogging like she used to. So I don't know that the question helps the defense, but I'm going to overrule that objection. When's the last time you...
December.
Okay. And let me finish that. When's the last time you, I guess, posted a video?
It was December, end of December,
Okay. Why?
because that's exactly when all of this started up.
December of what?
This year.
This
That's all
year
this
hasn't
started up.
happened. This is...
December, sorry, I keep doing that, apologize. December of 2021 is my last video, public.
When was your video before December 2021?
I have no idea without going and looking it up.
You have no idea when your last video before December 2021 was?
No, I
Isn't it because you haven't been producing content, Ms. Walsh, since
Brian,
August?
you have to, when you ask a question, I realize now that, the adrenaline gets going, but you have to wait for an answer. Because
Sorry about
otherwise
that.
it's just not good manners. To the best of your recollection, when's your last posting before December of 2021?
It was in the fall. I actually had really high views because I was covering Gabby Petito. I had over 100,000 views on those videos.
So is that going to get a Petito missing? Your call?
Objection of relevance.
She's answered your
Okay,
question.
so you produced a video in the fall, and then you didn't produce anything. So September, October, November, December. So for 4 months prior to your last posting, you didn't post anything, which would have nothing to do with.
Incorrect. I had multiple videos on Gabby Petito. I don't remember the specific dates, but I know that it was through the fall, and then my last interview was, I think, December 17th, 18th-ish, something around there. I'd have to look it up.
Ms. Walsh, don't you go live every Wednesday in your Patreon group?
Objection of relevance.
I think it goes to impeachment as to the last statement.
Can I give you background on that?
Well, you're going to need to, but answer that question first.
Yes,
And then you can explain.
yes.
So then it would be a dishonest statement that you haven't been going live.
Incorrect. I didn't say live. You said, when did I post a video? I posted my last public video. That's a different thing. That's not public YouTube. That's a private membership-only group. And because I haven't posted any videos, I've lost so much money over this, I can't not show up to those on Wednesday because it's the income, the only income that I now have. But I did cancel quite a few of those over this. And I did lose members.
Over what, Ms. Walsh?
Having to cancel these, who knows?
Over, so none of this has to do with the fact that there was a sex scandal within your team that you told me about.
I'm objecting to the question about whatever this sex
Well,
is.
she can answer that question.
I would have no idea of why each person left when I have hundreds of people.
So now
I can tell you that I'm not putting anything out, so I don't really blame them for getting frustrated and leaving.
I'm confused by the answer, Ms. Walsh.
Well, you're stuck with it.
So Ms. Walsh, what you're saying here today is that you were aware of a sex scandal within your team that caused people to leave your group?
I'm objecting because that calls for speculation.
Yeah, on that note, the objection is sustained. She said she doesn't know why people left her group, but she did testify that she has only made 2 videos in the past 4 months and that she has lost a lot of money as a result. I don't think that goes in your favor, Ms. Oriani.
Well, I'm trying to show that it's actually not to do with me. It's to
Then
do
you're going to need to do it in a different way
Okay.
because you're stuck with the answer she gave.
Okay, so Ms. Walsh,
I'm going to give you 10 more minutes and then I'm going to cut you off, Ms. Oriani.
Ms. Walsh, on December 28th, you put that there was a live, December 29th, 2021, Lana went live on a broadcast on her channel, Truth and Transparency, and spoke with me for 5 hours. And then you said that there was a woman by the name of Stephanie on my panel. Are you aware that Stephanie, who worked for you, has a PPO out and filed on 10/25/2021 ex parte for a year?
You've lost me. One thought per question.
Okay.
Okay, you're trying to introduce evidence improperly right now, Ms. Oriani. So you may ask her questions.
Okay. Ms. Walsh, so your testimony here today is that the decline with your channel has nothing to do with the fact that you didn't have anybody to help you make content.
I mean,
I object to the form of the question. There hasn't been any such testimony, but she's asking it as if there are.
Correct. That objection is sustained.
Okay. Ms. Walsh, you put in your TPO that I went to a tire store to get a receipt. Why did I go to the tire store to get a receipt?
I can't tell you why you did something, but you can ask me. I mean, I don't. Why did you say on the live? Why did you decide to do it?
Well, isn't it true that I went to the tire store to get a receipt?
Ms. Oriani, no, that's an improper question already.
Okay.
You're asking her to speculate as to your motive. So you may testify, but it's not a proper question of this witness.
Let me rephrase that question, Your Honor. Did you tell me that James Angela was a sociopath?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ms. Walsh, why did you ask me to get into an NDA?
Objection, relevance. And by affirmation.
Sustained, and the court has previously ruled on that.
I would like to approach the witness with a document. Our conversations, can you authenticate?
I'm objecting to Ms. Oriani testifying about what this is.
Yeah, go ahead and show plaintiff counsel and hand the exhibit over.
Okay.
And then the first question is, do you recognize this exhibit? How do you recognize this exhibit? What is this exhibit?
Those are messages between me and Ms.
Please
Walsh.
stop talking about it.
What is this exhibit marked, Ms. Oriani?
Double I.
Ms. Oriani, you've got 5 minutes left.
Yes.
Ms. Walsh, in December of 2021, weren't you telling me that you didn't have time for me and the drama because you were busy making content? Obviously, those are second.
Ms. Oriani, no, I cautioned you, Ms. Oriani. The first question is, do you recognize this? How do you recognize this is the second question. And then the third question is, what is this? And then you may start asking questions about this if it's been introduced and I find that it's relevant. But until those three things happen, it's not even appropriate to ask a question about it. You've got multiple pages there. I don't know.
It's because they got mixed up, so I have to submit this over here so that they can see it.
What are you showing them? What is the
I thought
exhibit number?
I thought that I gave her the right ones. And
Okay, so is this double I?
I'm looking at a piece of
This is
paper
actually
that says,
C.
excuse me, C at the top and 5 at the bottom.
it's page 5 of C. Sorry about that, Your Honor. I gave her the wrong one. I do apologize. Ms. Walsh, are you looking at a screenshot of mine and your conversation in December?
Yes.
Can you read off what it says when I asked you if you checked the live out that I did?
I object.
What grounds?
I object because Ms. Oriani is asking Ms. Walsh to look at a document that hasn't been really fully described, that hasn't been admitted into evidence as an exhibit, and is asking her to pull out from it, which sounds a lot like asking for hearsay.
Ms. Oriani, please establish foundation.
Ms. Walsh says that mine and yours communication in December of 2021 via Facebook Messenger application.
Yes.
Is it a,
Can you read the date off that's on there?
December 3rd, 2021.
Can you authenticate that as conversation between me and you?
Looks familiar. Yes.
okay, now what is your objection?
My objection was principally to Ms. Oriani asking Ms. Walsh to read aloud from the exhibit.
Okay, well, I have no idea what this conversation is, but it sounds like conversation between the two parties, so I think it fits a hearsay exception. I don't know how it might be relevant other than we have bantered around December of 2021 quite a bit today, so I'm inclined to allow it in.
And also, I'm sorry, to supplement my objection, my notes show that like the other exhibits that Ms. Oriani has approached with, none have been tendered and none have been admitted.
And
I
none
don't
have?
have a copy. I did take a look, but I don't have a copy.
All right, well, I'm going to allow the admission of this particular document. It sounds like a very short exhibit. Ask one last question and your time is up, Ms. Oriani.
Ms. Walsh, can you read what you wrote back when I asked you about looking at a video of mine?
I say I haven't even watched your live yet driving.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead and hand that to me. The court will accept exhibit, or page 5 of exhibit C. That is the only document that has been admitted by the defense. All right, if you've noticed, my clerk left for lunch about 40 minutes ago. I'm not allowed to keep her through. Folks, I have a docket this afternoon. I have a temporary protection order at 1:30, and then I have a case at 2, and then another case at 3:30. So the short of it is we're running out of time. So I'm prepared to give the parties up until 1:30 to be heard. So based on that, do you have any redirect of your client?
No, Your Honor, we'll move on to the next.
Right. I have a few more questions that have been raised. that I'm curious about, Ms. Walsh. I try not to play too active of a role, but I am curious about the posting of videos. Okay, you said that you had posted a video regarding Gabby Petito. How many videos did you post?
I believe there's 2.
Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry, there's 3.
And is there any type of subscription agreement where you are required, in exchange for the subscription, to post a particular amount of videos for your subscribers?
In my page, my private membership group, yes.
What are you expected to produce?
I'm expected to do early release and
Isabella is not in the upstairs or downstairs hallway or ladies' room, and I can't see her immediately outside of the courthouse from the upstairs or downstairs window. Ms. King, who I think has been hanging out with her, advises that she can't reach her on the phone.
All right. Well, what is your request then?
Well, you can call Ms. King first and see if Ms. Abeda comes back. It appears to me at this point that she's disregarded the court's order to remain in the courthouse until she's called to testify.
All right. Well, before I issue a warrant for her arrest or do anything that drastic, I believe Ms. Beda was the one that did not feel well, correct?
she has cancer, remember?
She doesn't feel well in the sense that she is a cancer patient. I don't think there was a concern about her feeling any particular type of way today.
Okay. Well, I'm going to check with court security when they return. Again, we've been plowing through the lunch hour on this case. So let's go ahead and call your next witness then, and that should get court security back here.
Thank you. We'll call Sarah King.
All right. All right, ma'am. You come on up. And raise your right hand. Under the penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. Let's start off with your name.
Sarah King,
Is that Sarah with an H or no H?
with an H.
With an H. And King, common spelling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. King, how do you know Ms. Oriani?
I actually met her through true crime. I was into true crime, and I watched her for summer.
So that's how you were, as so to speak, a fan?
I don't consider myself a fan.
Or do you consider yourself in relation to her?
I'm as true crime.
No, what?
Oh, I'm a friend of hers.
Okay.
Yes.
A personal friend.
Yeah, I would say so.
But you met her through the True Crime channel,
Yes.
and that channel is that called Truth and Transparency?
Yes.
And do you live here in Colorado, Ms. King? Where do you live?
I live in Iowa.
Why are you in town right now?
I came in town to see her and Jamie
Okay. When did you arrive?
on Friday.
And how do you know, when you say Jamie, do you mean Jamie Abeda?
Yes.
How do you know Jamie Abeda?
Through the same thing, through true crime, through the Truth and Transparency.
Does Ms. Abeda live here?
I do not know. Yes. I believe she does, but I don't know if this is her permanent residence. Yes, she's on, yeah.
Okay. Where are you staying while you're here?
The Broomfield Inn. That's our name.
What town does Ms. Abeda live in? You don't know. Do you know where Ms. Abeda is staying? Do you know where Ms. Oriani is staying currently while she's in town?
With Jamie.
So Ms. Oriani is staying with Ms. Abeda while she's in town here? Okay. Ms. King, I want to talk about yesterday late afternoon.
Sure.
What were you doing around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
Jamie and I were, I don't even know her, I was helping her serve papers. She owns a business.
Jamie owns a business? What's the business?
I do not know.
Okay. So I guess what I want to ask you is what's the connection between her business and the fact that she was serving papers?
I do not know. I was hired by her.
You were hired by Ms. Abeda to do what?
She served papers.
How much did she pay you?
We haven't settled that yet.
So she hired you to serve papers and did not tell you how much she was going to pay you? Did she give you papers to serve?
Did she give them to me?
Did she give you papers to serve?
Yes.
What were the papers?
I actually have it on my phone.
Would it refresh your memory to take a look at your phone?
Yeah, it's out in, if you'd like me to go get it, or you can, it's out in the
I'll go get it. What does it look like?
sign. It's black, it's like.
Was that your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ms. Abeda give you physical copies of the papers, or did she just give you a picture on your phone?
No, I'm the one that took, I'm the one that served them. She didn't give me copies. I'm the one that took the pictures.
Are you a professional process server?
No, ma'am.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a manager at Walmart.
Got it. Where were you when Ms. Abeda gave you the physical copies of the papers?
I was with her.
Where were you when Ms. Abeda gave you the physical copies?
What do you mean, where was I as in?
Geographically.
I have no idea.
You don't
Well,
know.
it would be at the residence of, no, I don't know what town I was in, or what city I was in. I'm not from here.
Were you at Ms. Abeda's house?
No.
Whose house were you at?
We were out, we were in the vehicle.
You were in a car? Where was the car? Was it near Ms. Abeda's house?
No.
Was it Ms. Abeda's car?
Yes.
Okay, so you were in Ms. Abeda's car, and Ms. Abeda hired you as a process server? Is that right?
That's home.
With no agreement about money?
No, ma'am.
And do you say that's common because that's happened to you a lot before?
No, ma'am.
Have you been able to pull up the papers in your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who are the names of the people that are on the papers to be served?
Sean Walsh.
Okay. Any others?
No, ma'am.
So you just had one document to serve?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell me about serving it. How did you get to where you needed to go to serve it?
I was with Miss Bader.
Did she drive you? Okay. And where did she drive to?
To the location of the Walshes.
And when you say to the location of the Walshes, you pointed at Miss Walsh with your glasses. Why is that?
Because I assume that's Miss Walsh.
Took her home?
I assume that's where she lives. I did not see her.
Okay. So you and Miss Abeda went to a place you assumed to be Miss Walsh's home with one document for Sean Walsh to serve. Is that correct? Okay. What happened when you got to the home?
She pulled up in front. She didn't find the document. She was looking for it. She found it. I went to the door. I knocked. Rang the doorbell. Nobody responded. Knocked probably 3 or 4 times. Nobody responded. I then put it in on the door, took a picture of it, and we left.
And that was just the one document for Sean Walsh?
Yes.
There was not another document for
No,
him?
ma'am.
What did you do after you placed the document on the door?
I got back in the vehicle and we left.
Where'd you go?
Back to where Miss Abeda lives.
You mean her house?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Excuse me,
objection,
What's your objection under the rules of evidence?
relevancy on this.
Well, I'm going to overrule that objection. The allegation here is that after I quashed that warrant back on the 28th February that you caused a third party to violate the order of protection by serving a quashed warrant onto the plaintiff. Now, that goes directly to the second prong. And so I'm going to allow this testimony to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. King, how did you, what's your understanding of what valid service of papers is, court documents?
That's not relevant.
Well, I think it is, Your Honor, and I can tell you why.
Hurry up. Why?
Because of the way that the documents were left, obviously wasn't proper service of process, and since she was hired as a professional process server by Ms. Abeda, I'm wondering if Ms. Abeda
Anyone can
instructed
serve
her.
documents. I think that's the question then. I think that is the question, and you may ask that question.
Is what?
Did Ms. Abeda instruct her on how to, but I don't care what her actual personal knowledge is.
Did Ms. Abeda tell you how to, quote unquote, serve the document that you served?
Not in the beginning, no. I went, rang the doorbell. I assumed I was going to ask, is this the residence of Sean Walsh? If he was available, and that I was serving papers. Upon not being able to, she said, go ahead and put them, that's why I took pictures, that I posted them on their door.
When you say that you put them on the door, did you put more than one thing on the door? Just
Nope, this is what was on the door. I have all the pictures.
you're just calling it them singular though?
The document.
Just one document?
Yes, it's just one document.
Got it.
It's one document.
Can I see the document on your phone,
Yeah.
please?
There's two different pictures of it.
That's all I have for Ms. King, Your Honor. I'd like to call Ms. Abeda next. If I can.
Well,
I apologize.
we still have some cross-examination.
Sure.
Ms. Oriani, do you have any questions of this witness?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Very briefly, go ahead.
Ms. King, did I hire you to go serve papers to the Walsh residence? No further questions.
Well, I didn't hear the answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm sorry.
All right, you are done. Thank you.
And Your Honor, we would like to call Ms. Abeda next.
All right.
Actually, Your Honor, I have a question. Am I able to submit her picture into evidence that she showed?
You would have if you had done it before she left the stand, assuming that you had it in paper form. I'm not going to seize her cell phone. All right, ma'am, come on up to the witness stand, please.
Your Honor, I spoke with my attorney, and he said that I'm not under subpoena.
No, at this point, you're under court order, so come on up here. A subpoena is a court order, but I ordered you directly in court personally.
I was just trying
Because
to get the picture that we took of the house and the subpoena.
this isn't your case, you're only a witness here, okay?
That's all I was
Okay.
saying about what I have to do with this case.
Yeah, well, we'll find out, Miss Abeda. All right, please raise your right hand. Under the penalty of perjury, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter about these subpoenas. It doesn't matter about pictures on the door. None of that shit matters. Nobody's threatening you. Nobody fucking cares. You and your fucking tiny home. You know, I used to model in my day, so you're just like a high school graduate housewife. I'm not gonna obsess over you. I think I actually have the life that you've been bragging that you have and you don't. I think that maybe some bisexual people are having some weird things going on, and I'm not bisexual, so I'm not obsessing over anybody. And like I said, my last life, I used to model in my day. I used to model in my day. I used to model in my day. I used to model in my day.
For my love,
I used to model in my day.
For my love, love's going to leave me. So sexy it hurts, and I am too sexy for Milan, too sexy for Milan, New York and Japan. And I am too sexy for your party, too sexy for your party, the way I'm disco dancing. I'm a model, you know what I mean, and I do my little turn on the catwalk, yeah, on the catwalk, on the catwalk, yeah, I do my little turn on the catwalk.
Yes, I do. All right, you may go ahead.
Ms. Abita, where do you live? The town, not your address.
Littleton, Colorado.
Okay. Ms. Abita, how do you know Ms. Oriani?
I know her from YouTube, and she hired my company to start some subpoenas.
And what's your company?
Casey Professional Services.
So you're a professional process server?
I do process. I don't do process serving. However, I do have people that contract to me that I contract to process service. I did not serve this.
Can you please
Just answer the questions that are asked of you. Thank you.
How do you know Ms. King?
Who's Ms. King?
She's that lady who was sitting on the hallway.
She served the subpoena.
That's how you know her? How do you know Ms. King? That's the first time you met her is when she served a subpoena?
No.
Okay. What's your relationship with Ms. King?
Friend.
Before you, did you drive Ms. King to serve that subpoena yesterday?
Yes, I did.
And did you hire Ms. King to serve a subpoena?
Yes, I did.
Is Ms. King somebody that you know to be a person who's a process server or anything like that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sorry, what's the objection?
Ms. King doesn't have to be a process server for her.
That doesn't mean the question is inadmissible. You may proceed. The objection's overruled.
Did you hire Ms. King to serve that subpoena?
Yes.
What did you pay her? Pay her $50. Did you give her cash or check? Or something else?
Actually, I haven't paid her yet because it's hasn't been invoiced.
Is Ms. Oriani staying with you while she's here in Colorado?
She stays in an apartment that I rent out to nurses.
Is that in your house or somewhere else?
Yes, it's on my property.
Is it in the same building as your house, or is it like a guest house or something?
It's like it's in my property, but it has a separate.
It's in your property, but it has a separate?
It has a separate entrance. It's in the same house, but it has its own separate entrance, and I don't enter it from the house, the floors that exist.
on the upper part of the house.
So Miss Oriani is staying in your house while she's here in Colorado, correct?
Yes.
Where did you get the papers that you gave to Miss King to serve?
I received them from Miss Oriani.
Okay, and did she ask you to serve them?
Yes.
And Miss Abedi, you were at the last hearing in this case, you were here in court the whole time, correct?
Correct.
So, what did Ms. Oriani give you exactly to serve?
The 2 subpoenas.
2 subpoenas?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were the subpoenas for?
Mr. Sean Walsh, and then what I was told was a minor. I don't remember the child's name because I was aware that the subpoena was quashed.
You were aware that the subpoena was quashed?
Correct. I have pictures of the subpoena.
That's not what I'm asking. I just asked if you were aware the subpoena was quashed.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you learn that the subpoena was quashed?
Miss Oriani let me know.
Okay. So Ms. Oriani let you know that the subpoena for the child had been quashed, but gave you 2 subpoenas, one for Sean Walsh and one for a minor child.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Abeda, as a professional, or not as a professional process server, but as a person who hires other people to serve papers, do you know how to serve minors? It's just a yes or no question.
Yes.
How do you serve minors?
You have to serve the child and both parents.
You have to serve the child and both parents?
Well, we didn't have to serve her, and we had an issue with that, and so we hadn't, and that's why we held the subpoena for as long as we did.
So, did you drive Ms. King to Ms. Walsh's home to serve both of these subpoenas?
No,
You did?
just one.
Just one. What happened to the other one?
What other one?
You said you just testified that Ms. Oriani gave you 2 subpoenas to serve, one for a child and one for Sean Walsh. Is that
One
correct?
was quashed.
Okay. But you said that Ms. Oriani gave it to you to serve anyway.
No.
You did?
You asked me in the beginning, she gave me 2 subpoenas to serve.
Okay.
Then we had one issue with that we discussed, and then
What
the
was the
motion,
one issue with that you discussed?
when the people that went to serve process, we didn't have an address for Mr. Sean Walsh. The only address we could find was just one. So what I was told was that it appeared that they were not separated, that they were in a relationship, and that there was Mr. and Mrs. Walsh,
Okay.
and that there was a concern that maybe there was like a domestic violence if you start serving these people and Mr. Walsh doesn't know what's going on.
How
And
did you do that?
it was because we were told that they were divorced, and that Lana told myself, and I told the people that I contacted to check to do the service, and they all said that they were just too concerned to do it, and they refused. But then we didn't have to serve it at all because it was quashed.
How did you find out it was quashed?
Lana told me. She sent it to me in an email.
So you drove Ms. King to go serve the one subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. And how was that? Obviously it wasn't served, but when I say service, how was that accomplished? What did you do?
Well, we were given a picture of Mr. Sean Walsh, and so
By whom?
Miss Oriani, we verified it, through just a Google search. And so Mr. Sean Walsh, he opened the garage door and looked right at me and at Miss King, and then went into his home, and so she served him by placing the notice on the door prominently, and we have pictures of it.
And it's your sworn testimony today that it was just the one subpoena?
Correct.
What's your understanding of the window of time that subpoenas need to be served before a hearing in civil cases?
We were aware.
Of what?
That it was not, that the 48 hours, it was prior to the 48 hours. However, Miss Oriani wanted the fact that we did attempt.
Got it. So you knew
And that we did see Mr. Walsh there.
So you knew it wasn't valid service, but Ms. Oriani asked you to do it anyway?
I mean, just for documentation, yes.
Alright, thanks.
Hold on, ma'am, please have a seat. Ms. Oriani, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Ms. Nato, when did I talk to you about serving the subpoenas the first time?
Like the 18th?
Did you come down to the courthouse here and do the paperwork to get the subpoenas?
I just had her sign them, yes.
So the clerk of courts issued them?
Correct.
Did I make you aware that through email as well as on a live feed that opposing counsel Walsh, the minor child, motion to, or there was an order from the courts, there can be no service was quashed.
Correct.
So when I asked you to serve the subpoenas, that was in, what, February 18th?
Correct.
Did I ask you to serve a minor child a subpoena yesterday?
No.
Did I ask you to go against any orders from the courts yesterday?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Did I hand you any subpoenas yesterday?
No.
You said no?
No.
No more further questions.
I have two follow-up questions. If that's
Go ahead.
At any time before yesterday, well, actually, no. I want to start by asking this. It was you that came and applied for those two subpoenas at the courthouse?
They were just signed by the clerk. I was just the courier.
So was it you that came on February 18th and applied for those subpoenas?
Yes.
Did you know at the time you applied for those that one of the people was a minor child?
No.
You didn't know who it was?
No. I was just contracted to be a courier to to get them signed by the court. I didn't draft them.
The one for the person other than Sean Walsh, did Ms. Oriani ask you to serve that at any time other than yesterday, prior to yesterday?
On the 18th.
On the 18th, she asked you to serve those subpoenas?
She said if they're accepted, can you serve these? Haven't had these served.
Great.
No, she asked me to serve them personally.
But she asked you to cause them to be served?
On the 18th.
Both of them.
Whatever the per people were that we dropped the subpoenas off to have them signed by the clerk, yes.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions, thank you.
Thank you, you are excused.
Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Zimmerman, Ms. Dolan, do you have any further witnesses? Were you going to call Ms. Oriani to the stand?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Oriani,
Can I have a short recess to use the restroom and grab a drink of water, please?
well, hold on. You had earlier indicated that you were not going to testify.
Yeah, that has since changed, I believe, due to the testimony of Ms. Walsh here today.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead then and give you an advisement. There have been allegations that, in fact, you have violated the temporary order of protection. We talked about those allegations the first time you were here. So you do have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent regarding any potential criminal case that may be brought against you. So you'll be under oath. We've got this transcript. The district attorney can use that transcript against you. But at the same time, this is a civil proceeding, and not testifying, of course, there can also be a negative inference. about you not testifying. So that is a decision for you alone to make, but you need to understand that you do have the right to remain silent for fear of any possible criminal charges against you. Okay, so I'm going to give you a chance.
I do want to add something just to be candid in my duty of candor to the tribunal, and I want to be fair to Ms. Oriani. Following what happened last night, there is an open criminal case as being invested by the Broomfield Police Department in case number 2022-12328 by Officer O'Hara.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. That just, again, that's just an investigation. I don't know what's going to happen regarding that case. And that's neither here nor there. You need to be aware that there's an open case in making that decision. So we're going to go ahead. We are now going to take, I've got another case to be heard at 1:30. I'm going to go ahead and break until 2:30 on this case. The parties are ordered back at 2:30 for a conclusion to this trial. Okay. Until that time, we are in recess. The parties are instructed not to discuss the case with Ms. Oriani, in other words, Ms. Abeda and Ms. King, because everyone's still under a sequestration until this case is over. So with that, Ms. Oriani, let me have you leave first so that there's just no incidental contact, okay? All right, folks, you can go grab a bite wherever you can find a restaurant. 120th has some locations. Thank you. Thank you. You brought something in your car?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All rise, court is now in session. Thanks, folks. Go ahead and have a seat. The court will go back on the record on 22C7. All parties are back in the courtroom. The court took a recess for lunch. Told everyone to be back at 2:30. It's now 2:34. We are ready to get started. Ms. Oriani, before lunch, I gave you a Fifth Amendment right advisement and let you know you have the right to testify or not to testify. But that if you testify, anything you can may be used against you. If there's a criminal case filed, there's not one yet, but I'm not in charge of that. Would you like to testify?
Your Honor, at this time, since the petitioner has rested its case, the respondent requests that the TPO be dismissed due to no evidence whatsoever being given to the courts today. The petitioner can't produce one item that shows me harassing, stalking, threatening her prior to the TPO being granted. All evidence is after January 17, 2022. Also, Ms. Walsh falsely misrepresented evidence that she submitted today with regards to last night's issue and testified under oath to 2 documents being taken to her home. She submitted a picture, testified to it. According to the petitioner's own witnesses, Ms. King and Ms. Aveda, their testimony was one document and a picture was shown as well by Ms. King contradicting the sworn statements of their client and the evidence that was submitted when Ms. Walsh was on the stand. The petitioner failed to meet any of the requirements set forth in the TPO statutes. While the respondent understands the court's position on the issuance of a temporary restraining order based on petitioner's imaginary story with calculated lies and mistruths to obtain that temporary order, however, prior restraint of this court would be a violation of respondent's 14th Amendment rights as it pertains to the temporary restraining order part of quote-unquote a party speaking as petitioner is attempting to accomplish. Mayor v. Minnesota, the Supreme Court reversed that state court holding. The prior restraint of the press is unconstitutional. The First Amendment protects citizens' freedom of speech from the federal government's censorship. The Supreme Court used the 14th Amendment doctrine of incorporation to apply the First Amendment to the state governments. The Supreme Court responded that the relevant statute allowing prior restraint could lead to a system of complete censorship under the guise of preventing public nuisance. Therefore, petitioner's temporary protection order should not be granted and made into a permanent protection order. Respondent has absolutely had zero issues following the temporary protection order issued by the court. Such obedience was not difficult to achieve, as the respondent has never met the petitioner in person before, not once. Respondent has never been to her home or made any plans to meet petitioner in person at her home address for any reason. Nor did Ms. Walsh testify here today to any of that. Further, respondent would not visit anybody at their home address without prior permission. Petitioner's attempts to manipulate the Colorado statute as it pertains to temporary and permanent civil protection orders to achieve her one and only goal to paralyze the respondent's First and 14th Amendment rights as a limited public figure as to a true crime on both a local and national level. Respondent is in fact a limited public figure who uses a YouTube channel to bring awareness to high-profile crime cases in connection with her nonprofit organization, Fight for a Family. Respondent's involvement with such high-profile cases and the families with those cases make her no less a limited public figure than the petitioner who holds the same First and 14th Amendment rights. So the respondent is asking for the courts to dismiss the TPO on grounds of lack of evidence.
Thank you. Do you have a response, Counsel?
Your Honor, my understanding of the argument being advanced by Ms. Oriani is that she is requesting a directed verdict pursuant to Rule CRCB 350. When viewed in the light most favorable to the petitioner in this case, Ms. Walsh has met her burden, and I think it's proper to deny that motion.
Under CRCP Rule 50, a motion for directed verdict, a party may move for a directed verdict at the close of the evidence offered by an opponent or at the close of all evidence. A party who moves for a directed verdict at the close of the evidence offered by an opponent may offer evidence in the event that the motion is not granted without having reserved the right to do so, and to the same extent if the motion had not been made. A motion for directed verdict shall state the specific ground, therefore. The order of the court granting a motion for a directed verdict is effective without any assent of the jury. Well, that part does not apply. At this point, I don't find that the standards set under the Rule 50 of the Rules of Civil Procedure have been met here. In the light most favorable to the proponent here, certainly there is evidence to support both the court's initial issuance of the temporary order of protection, as well as the respondent was making credibility determinations, or making a credibility argument that testimony so far has been uncontested. And with that, Ms. Oriani, did you choose to testify today or not?
That decision was going to be made. They were going to be dismissing or.
That motion was denied, and so now my question is, do you wish to testify?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Your Honor. Yes, I do.
All right, come on up to the witness stand, please. Please raise your right hand. Under the penalty of perjury, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, proceed. You may proceed.
All right, so responding here myself, I live in Columbus, Ohio. I've lived there
No,
since.
ma'am, I need you to testify. Whatever you're reading, you need to put away and just testify.
Okay. So I live, my name is Lana Oriani. I live in Columbus, Ohio. I've lived in Columbus, Ohio since 2013.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I missed if the court swore Ms. Oriani in. I apologize.
I did.
I lived in Ohio my whole entire life. I've been an Ohio resident. I am a mother to a 6-year-old minor child. I coach my minor child in sports, and I'm doing that. I've coached high school.
Objection, relevance.
Ms. Oriani, I just need the bare bones.
Okay. I have owned and operated a tribute company since 2008.
Objection, relevance.
Let's go ahead and start with this blogging that you're doing, okay?
Yep, in 2021, March 26, 2021, I obtained I sent my first live video for YouTube. That was after I went to and worked with the Christopher Lee Watts family to help the family obtain a lawyer.
Objection, relevance.
This is how I became a blogger.
Well, okay, move on from that. I understand that this conflict between the two of you originated with this Chris Watts case, but I declined to allow the plaintiffs to delve into the Watts case, and I'm not going to allow you to do that either. So,
I worked with the Christopher Lee Watts family, started a YouTube channel after I launched a nonprofit organization known as Fight for a Family. It helps.
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule that. Let's just speed this up a little bit, Ms. Oriana.
The reason I have a YouTube channel is to bring awareness to the nonprofit organization Fight for a Family. I had no idea who Miss Walsh was. I never watched YouTube, never wanted to start a YouTube channel. There was extraordinarily a lot of defamation going on when I launched a nonprofit that I needed to then launch a YouTube channel to clear my name of those mistruths, which were at the hands of the
I
Vanessa Walsh.
objection, relevance.
Yeah, sustained. Okay, we've established that you're on the other end of this, this fight for a family. Let's go ahead and move on. Ms. Oriani.
While I was a YouTuber in May, there was a sex scandal done against me with a bunch of creators.
I'm going to object once again regarding relevance.
Sustained.
Due to this, I had to start a mock trial, and I started gathering evidence, and that's what my episodes would show, are the people that falsely accused me.
I object to relevance.
Ms. Oriani, do you have anything to say regarding this protection order and the testimony of Ms. Walsh that you've heard?
Yeah, I don't know Ms. Walsh. I've never met Ms. Walsh. I've never met her in person. I've never threatened her. I've never threatened her family. Ms. Walsh reached out to me August 6, 2021 for help. I helped Ms. Walsh. Ms. Walsh reached out to me and asked me to be in an NDA with her. A couple different times, Ms. Walsh sent her business manager, James Angelo, to attempt to get into an NDA with me. I refused to comment. I didn't write him back.
I have sustained that objection many times, Ms. Oriani. Why do you insist on bringing up something that the court has already said was not relevant?
Well, because I was being reached out to, and according to me, I thought that James Angelo was part of Unmasked. I didn't know anything.
So I've told you it's not relevant. Why are you repeating that again and again?
Well, then it's not relevant. I'm just trying to explain my side of the story.
Well, keep in mind that we've already been at this all morning long, okay? So please provide me what testimony you think, and I will agree with you on, is relevant. I've already told you that one is not.
I've had, ever since the TPO was issued, I've had 64 lives, 6,200 hours of, 103 hours and 6,200 minutes of live material.
I object to the relevance of how much material Ms. Oriani's proposed.
I don't know if it is relevant. Ms. Oriani, I know that 103 hours, I listened to a tape where you said you were purposefully extending the hours so to run up Ms. Walsh's attorney fees.
Yeah, that was a joke. My channel is an entertainment channel as well as a true crime channel. So, like I was trying to say, I made that point by saying it was all taken out of content when you're only discussing a small part, like a small portion of something. So, I've never made any threats towards Ms. Walsh or her children or her husband. In fact, Ms. Walsh reached out to me, like I said, wanted my help. She has an associate who was accused me of leaking explicit videos. I showed her that I didn't do anything like that.
I object again to this is something
The videos that were shown today.
Hold on, there's an objection. Counsel, I don't find what a third party did is relevant, but I do think it goes to Ms. Oriani's state of mind. In fact, I find it cuts against her because it would go to her bias and motive against your client. So, Ms. Oriani, be careful about what you are saying and how it is construed by the finder of fact. Okay?
Your Honor, I flew all the way from Columbus, Ohio to Colorado to defend against false allegations that were made to me in the TPO. I came out a month ago. I'm here again. I'm here to defend against these allegations that I did not do. I allow people on my channel to talk about unmasked because they had stuff done to them. That's what my channel is known for. Those people came on my channel, they spoke, and then there was cease and desist sent out by Ms. Walsh to those people.
I'm objecting once again, and I understand the court's remarks the last time I objected. What it seems like to me is that Ms. Oriani is trying to present her justification for harassing Ms. Walsh rather than suggesting that she didn't or that there's not grounds for her protection order. So my objection to the irrelevance of this continues.
Oh, and I find it goes to her motive, and I'm going to allow it just briefly. We are pressed for time. Like I told the parties, I've got another hearing at 3:30. Ms. Oriani, continue.
I do my channel. I let people come on, speak what they have to speak. I don't let people speak lies. I make them come with proof. Again, the stuff that Ms. Walsh put in her temporary restraining order, I am in no way threatened her. I didn't threaten her. I didn't contact her associates. I didn't reach out to anybody. I wasn't asking about her at all. I was doing live videos to uncover who the responsible parties were involved in. I had filed defamation suits out on people because of what they did to the nonprofit and had nothing to do with Ms. Walsh. None of my content ever really had to do with Ms. Walsh. I used the @ symbol to tag multiple creators.
Ms. Oriani, let's stick with Ms. Walsh and the two of you. I don't care what you do with somebody else.
That's the thing. I don't know Ms. Walsh.
Okay. All right.
I've never met her.
And do you have anything that's relevant for today's testimony?
Yeah, I have our whole conversation. I think is relevant.
Well then, cut to the chase.
Ms. Walsh reached out to me. Ms. Walsh wanted my help. I helped Ms. Walsh when I found out that Ms. Walsh was playing both ends of the stick with things, and her workers were coming to me, her subscribers were coming to me, saying that Ms. Walsh was saying all these things about me. You can't trust her. Look at all the stuff that she said about you in the past. I had no idea that Ms. Walsh researched me 483 times between another individual and herself. I had no idea that Ms. Walsh researched me back in February of 2021. I was not a public figure then. I had no idea why Ms. Walsh would be searching me.
Your Honor, I am going to object.
And that will be sustained.
So people reached out to me because when they saw that.
That objection is sustained.
Okay. Well, I was backing Ms. Walsh in her channel. I was telling people to become subscribers of her channel. I had no issue with Ms. Walsh. Ms. Walsh knew and knows that there's no issue. That's why she reached out to me, because she was trying to befriend me, because I was getting close to the truth, which was that it was in fact Ms. Walsh that was searching me. And
Your Honor, I object to Ms. Oriani testifying about her perception that Ms. Walsh was searching her. It's not relevant.
I can put that in evidence. I have the exhibits.
Going to allow it again, I think it goes to her motive here.
It's going to be in the Dropbox that I sent you guys.
Please move on.
I was unaware of anything to do with Miss Walsh. In fact, when I worked with Jamie Watts, I was under the impression that Unmasked was run by a woman named Sherry and Shannon. I didn't even know that Miss Walsh was the person who Unmasked was incorporated with. Unmasked, I thought, was a big umbrella, as Miss Walsh always referred to them as my team. She said, if you continue to do content about me or my channel or my team, I wasn't doing content about them. I was doing content on my own cases, and that one case was the target that happened towards me had nothing to do with Miss Walsh. And I told that to Miss Walsh, and I told Miss Walsh, this has to do with Melissa Jade. It has nothing to do with you. Melissa Jade, and I told this to Miss Walsh. Miss Walsh never asked me to not contact her. I blocked Miss Walsh. I'm only taking the stand here today because I'm floored at the lies that have happened today. I cannot believe what has happened today. I have no reason to come to Colorado. I've never been to Colorado other than one time. And then on these occasions, because I was basically issued to come here, I made no attempt to ever tell that to Miss Walsh. I didn't even know who Miss Walsh was. In fact, when Miss Walsh reached out to me, I told her, I said, do you know a woman by the name of Andrea Powers? Because she's the one. And she said, yeah, she's in my Patreon group. And I was like, well, she's the one that gave me a picture. I didn't believe it was her. I didn't believe it was her husband. And that's why I put it in to see if Andrea Powers was being honest or not. That video was in a private Facebook group. And there was nothing ever said about that ever again until Miss Walsh twisted the narrative to say that I did that as a threat. That's just unbelievable. I don't even know who it was. The picture of that was given to me by a woman by the name of Andrea Powers. Then Miss Walsh says to me, oh my gosh, that's the woman that I just kicked out of my group because Melissa Bayo, who's her team member, told her that she was a known internet troll. So she kicked her out in March of 2021. I didn't talk to Miss Walsh until August 2021.
I do object. I understand the court's ruling, and I understand what the court is saying about motive and bias. I do want the record just to be clear, though, that I am continuing to object.
Then I'm gonna, at this point, we've gone so far afield, I'm going to sustain that objection. Move on, Ms. Oriani. I don't find that testimony relevant.
Okay. Everything that I ever said to Vanessa was to always help Vanessa. I was actually became good friends with her colleague, Teresa, and Miss Walsh was under the impression that her ex-employees who left her in October told me the truth. And I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know anything about this, about why the real reason that her staff left her. Ms. Walsh hasn't produced any content. It has nothing to do with her inability to focus or be there. Ms. Walsh kept repeating to me about, we don't we don't care about Lynn and Natasha and all these creators. We're so busy making content over here. That was her repetitive messages to me.
I hesitate to say this is irrelevant because it's so incoherent. I really don't know what it's about. But
I don't either.
I guess I'm just trying to explain our relationship. There is no relationship. It was talking about content.
Then I think you've done so very distinctly. There's no relationship. All right.
I don't know her.
Is there anything further?
No.
Okay. Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
All right. You may have a seat, Ms. Oriani.
I never just...
to allow each side about 5 minutes for a closing statement. Let's go ahead and start with petitioner.
Your Honor, I want to start briefly with outlining some of the First Amendment and 14th Amendment case law that applies. There is limited case law regarding how to deal with limited public officials, and most of it is in the context of defamation, but I think it's a helpful analogy.
You are hard to hear. Hold that microphone, that whole thing moves over.
Sorry. McIntyre v. Jones, 194 P3rd 519, which is a Colorado Court of Appeals case from 2008.
Oh, I just got 194. What else?
194 P3rd
Okay.
519, and it's a 2008 Colorado Court of Appeals case. That case breaks down the correct analysis for defamation, but I think it relates to this because what a defamation case is about is what is not protected speech under the First Amendment, and what we are dealing with here is avoiding a prior restraint that would impact protected speech. So therefore, anything that would be defamatory or not covered by the defamation laws would therefore be something that could be restrained under the First Amendment and the 14th Amendment. In McIntyre, the Court of Appeals breaks this down into a four-part inquiry. First is that it must involve a matter of public concern, which is a case-by-case inquiry, and it embraces an issue about which information is needed or appropriate, where the public may reasonably be expected to have a legitimate interest in what is being published. It can be fairly considered as relating to any matter of political, social, or other concern. Second, for purposes of this hearing, we do acknowledge that both Ms. Oriani and Ms. Walsh are limited public figures. Whereas a public figure is one who has assumed a role of special prominence in the affairs of society, for example, a movie star or the President of the United States, a limited purpose public figure is someone who voluntarily injects himself into a particular public controversy. In this case, for example, the Watts matter or any other true crime issues that each of them is reviewing. Number three, it has to involve an issue of constitutional fact. So whether the statement involves a matter of public concern, whether the person is a public official or a limited public figure, and whether the statement constitutes, and this is super important, a protected opinion. And so what this is aimed at doing is making sure that journalists can publish opinion pieces about even limited public figures as it relates to an individual controversy. Using this framework, we can determine that the permanent restraining order that we are seeking in this case, which we are absolutely seeking to define more clearly for Ms. Oriani, would not be violative of the First or 14th Amendment. The statements in this case about Ms. Walsh that we have talked about throughout the day today are not a matter of public concern. They're the exact opposite. They're about immensely private matters relating to miscarriage, her husband, her 14-year-old daughter. And Ms. Walsh is a person who has taken pains to not reveal her true self and not provide any information about her family online. And while she is a limited public figure, that is for purposes of a specific type of controversy that is in the true crime arena. It is not, it does not make her open game for dealing with any old thing that comes up in her personal life. Number three, the personal information and destructive and harassing comments to Ms. Walsh broadcast, across this YouTube channel is something that Ms. Walsh has expressed concerns about, and I think those concerns are borne out today. But Ms. Oriani has a following of people who are willing to be, I think, openly dishonest in order to assist her. And when that comes to people serving papers that they understand they have no business serving just to harass her on Ms. Oriani's behalf, that is an alarming development. Most importantly, the information that Ms. Oriani is expressing on her YouTube channel are not a personal opinion. It is personal details about Ms. Walsh. It is not a personal opinion. If she was posting the absolutely obscene Shazam videos that she had talked about and discussing the Watts case, that would be something that I find abhorrent, but it would be something that is protected by the First Amendment. Disclosing someone's address, posting pictures of their husband who's a private person, and doing other things is not part of that. And so Applying that analysis to the prongs the court has to determine in this case, number one, Ms. Oriani did commit acts constituting grounds for issuance of a protection order. Nothing that Ms. Walsh testified to is controverted at all by Ms. Oriani. And in fact, I think the record is very clear that before the two even met or had anything to do with each other, Ms. Oriani was so desperate to get Ms. Walsh's attention that she posted a photo of her husband during a trailer, and that was in Exhibit 14D on 1/5/21. And then a year later, she has another video on 12/31/21 where she is admonishing Ms. Walsh for not responding when that video of her husband was posted the first time and then posted a second time. Although the court heard about a lot of different concerning behaviors tonight that can kind of broadly be categorized as content that is broadcast to a group of people that is intended to harass and intimidate Ms. Walsh by providing confidential health information, confidential information about her personal life, confidential information about her husband and child, her IP address with her zip code, her full name, and other things she has tried to keep secret. I think it all is really encapsulated well into what happened last night. And what happened last night, based on the testimony of Ms. King and Ms. Abeda, who testified contrary to one another in several respects, and I think they were taking great pains to please Ms. Oriani. They both testified that they served a document that they knew was not proper service. The court has the exhibits on 10G, 10H, showing what, and then 10A through D and 10E, that it was not one subpoena, it was two. It included a subpoena to Ms. Oriani's 14-year-old daughter, and what I think was a transparent attempt to intimidate her to not show up today, that nobody thought that was good service. Ms. King testified sort of confusingly that she didn't understand what she was doing there, and she was very reticent to say who she knew and what her job was, even though she flew here from Iowa to be present at this hearing. Ms. Abeda testified that she knew full well it wasn't good service, that she did it at Ms. Oriani's request, that Ms. Oriani had given her the documents, then advised her that they were quashed, and while they both tried to backtrack and act like they were only serving Mr. Walsh, which would have been harassing enough, they also attempted to, and I hesitate to use the word service, that is certainly not service, but they included the subpoena to Ms. Walsh's minor daughter as part of that in what is an escalation of prior threatening and harassing behavior which occurred online, and then they showed up at her house. This is someone who flew here from Iowa to do Ms. Oriani's bidding, and another person who is essentially a fan of her YouTube channel who is driving around doing her bidding. And I think that escalation really goes to the second prong, where unless restrained, Ms. Oriani is not only not going to stop, she's going to continue to escalate her intimidating and harassing behavior of Ms. Walsh. And I request that the court grant the permanent restraining order.
Counsel, on the first prong, there are certain areas that the court must find before an order of protection can be granted. And those are found at 13-14-104.5. You said you think that there are ample grounds, and you have cited reasons, but I'd like you to marry those reasons with one of those categories.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that this falls in the category most prominently of to prevent stalking. Under 13-14-104.5 1A, what stalking is, the way that it's defined in the Colorado Revised Statute, is sort of can be understood shorthand to be sort of the like harassing type behavior, but with the equivalent or with the addition that it is conduct that is likely to cause and does cause or likely to cause a reasonable person emotional distress and does cause Ms. Walsh emotional distress. And in this particular case, the persistent harassing behavior, the contact, the needing to block her, and then Ms. Oriani's escalating behavior once she was blocked is absolutely harassing. It would certainly qualify as harassment under the laws of Colorado, and it is something that would cause an ordinary person to experience extreme emotional distress. And very importantly, it did cause Ms. Walsh extreme emotional distress. She testified that she was having insomnia, that she had to take additional anxiety medications, that she was distraught because her husband had to take down all of his social media because he'd become a target, and that she was experiencing very acute physical issues, including increased high blood pressure. And looking at 18.3.602, which is the definition of stalking, it says a person commits stalking if directly or indirectly the person knowingly, repeatedly follows, approaches, contacts, places under surveillance, or makes any form of communication with another person, a member of that person's immediate family, or someone with whom that person has or had a continuing relationship in a manner that would cause a reasonable person to suffer serious emotional distress and does cause that person, a member of the person's immediate family, or someone with whom that person has had a continuing relationship to suffer serious emotional distress. For purposes of this paragraph C, a victim need not show that he or she has received professional treatment or counseling to show that she suffered serious emotional distress, although Ms. Walsh did testify that she had. And one of the other elements of stalking is there has to be a credible threat. What the definition of a credible threat under that same statute is a threat, a physical action, or repeated conduct that would cause a reasonable person to be in fear for the person's safety or the safety of her immediate family, or of someone with whom the person has or had a continuing relationship. The threat need not be directly expressed if the totality of the conduct would cause a reasonable person such fear. And in this case, I believe that the totality of Ms. Oriani's conduct is a credible threat that has placed Ms. Walsh in fear. I think it constitutes stalking under 18.3.602, and I think that pursuant to 13.14.104.5, a protection order in this case is appropriate to prevent stalking. Thank you.
Ms. Oriani?
Again, the evidence that was presented here today was everything that was after this TPO was granted, and the respondent did lives about the actual TPO and how astounded I was that she would file a TPO on me and be in fear of her life. Like I said, and she checked the stalking box. And the only reason that there was episodes after January 17th was due to the nature that I was served, and it was on my public broadcast, where my subscribers had to call 911 because they didn't know who was at the
Ms.
door.
Oriani talked about facts that want evidence.
Certainly. Ms. Oriani, this is the time to give a summation about what was presented. I'm not going to hear new evidence. In fact, it just, it really, as a fun fact, it just is confusing.
I apologize, Your Honor. Again, the Colorado State statute, a person commits stalking directly or indirectly through another person makes a credible threat. I never threatened Ms. Walsh. There's no testimony here that she could prevent or that she provided that I threatened Ms. Walsh. The witnesses that testified here today said that I had nothing to do with them going there. I do not know where Ms. Walsh lives. They testified to that. I urge the courts to not let Ms. Walsh give sworn statements that are not true and that would impact another person's life to the point that they won't be able to coach their kid in Little League if there's a protection order.
These are facts, not evidence.
They are, Ms. Oriani.
Your Honor, I don't know Ms. Walsh. Ms. Walsh had me served, and the evidence does not show that I in any way, shape, or form am a threat to Ms. Walsh. She is not in imminent danger. You're supposed to be in imminent danger. I had to fly away from Columbus, Ohio, over a 3-hour flight. Again, I do not know where Ms. Walsh lives. Never attempted to contact Ms. Walsh. In fact, I blocked Ms. Walsh. Ms. Walsh reached out to me. Ms. Walsh asked me to be in an NDA.
I object to Ms. Oriani testifying. These things are not in evidence.
They're not.
Ms. Walsh's TPO was sent to the address that wasn't mine.
Objections, but not in evidence.
Ms. Oriani, summation is just to highlight what has been admitted into evidence, and then you apply the elements of what you are here for, in this case, the elements of the temporary order of protection, to what was actually presented.
Yes, and the evidence that was presented here has nothing to do with anything prior to January 17th. There is no grounds that Ms. Walsh should have ever filed the temporary restraining order. There was no evidence that was presented here today for Ms. Walsh asking for a temporary restraining order. It should have never even happened. Ms. Walsh was dishonest with her testimony and her paperwork. It urged the courts not to allow somebody to manipulate state statute and for a quick and Ms. Walsh simply did not like what I was talking about. It had nothing to do with her personal medical files. There's no evidence of that.
I object to Ms. Oriani talking about things that were not admitted into evidence.
You know, as a professional finder of fact, I've got pages and pages and pages of notes. So your objection is noted for the record, but we just need to get done. Go ahead, Ms. Oriani. Finish up.
Yeah, Ms. Walsh has not met any of the elements of the crime of stalking that she checked off. Ms. Oriani had nothing to do with advising anyone to go to Ms. Walsh's home. In fact, I agree with counsel. You're both limited public figures. Again, nothing is in evidence prior to January 17th, 2022. Not a shred of evidence to support Ms. Walsh's claims. Ms. Oriani's never contacted Mrs. Walsh's home residence phone. No evidence of that. No evidence of, no pictures of Ms. Oriani outside the house. No pictures of Ms. Oriani anywhere near Ms. Walsh. No direct threats. There's no reason for Ms. Oriani to do anything like that. And that's why it never happened.
Right, thank you. All right. It is now 3:20 and the court has a very brief matter set at 3:30. And then I'm going to go ahead and finish my notes before issuing my findings. I'm going to be in recess until 4 o'clock.
Your Honor, is your 3:30 matter via WebEx or Zoom?
It is, it's a WebEx. But we're in recess, you don't have to stay in the courtroom.
Meeting has not yet started. If you are the meeting host, enter the host PIN followed by pound. If you are not the host, press pound. Your entry 38033 is not valid. Your entry 3800 is not valid. Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website at www.webex.com. Enter your attendee ID number followed by pound. If you do not know your
This is interesting. Nicole, on this next case. All rise, court is now in session. Thank you, folks. Please be seated, please be seated. All right, when we started this case, folks, and just to be clear, we are back on the record. Let me get my computer set up here. We're back on the record with everyone present in the courtroom. It has been a very long day. This is 22C7. Before the court took a break to hear another very brief review and review the evidence, the court heard summation. Summation presented by the plaintiff cited the case McIntyre v. Jones, found at 194 P. 3rd, 519, 2008 Court of Appeals case. You know, the court is always looking for guidance on these cases, and it's a defamation case, but it certainly gives a thorough analysis of what is protected speech and what's not protected speech. And that, of course, is great concern to the court because of the nature of this case. This case involves two bloggers, two YouTubers. Admittedly, I don't know that much about YouTube except what's been presented before me today. The court heard quite a bit of testimony. We accommodated the extraordinary length of this case. We were set for 3 hours. We started after 9 this morning, but it is now 4:06, and we've squeezed this case in between the other court settings to hear this case. The court first heard from plaintiff Vanessa Walsh, and Ms. Walsh testified that she was a creator of a YouTube channel that had content about true crime. She explained to the court that viewers can leave posts or tag the creator. Those are akin to direct messages. That she first became acquainted with Ms. Oriani in this case. Through a post back in December of 2020, and that it was a post regarding the Christopher Watts case. Well, it's not relevant to go into the content of that case. That is what originated this series of events. She indicated that she contacted Ms. Oriani back on August 6th of 2021 for the first time. And since that time, they had contacted each other additional times. But then in September of 2021, those conversations turned from friendly to kind of a shift in attitude. That the defendant, Ms. Oriani, had a blog that the plaintiff believed was in poor taste, that she eventually spoke in November. When they spoke in November, she had tried to fix this, was not able to. As things continued to escalate, in December, finally on December 21st of 2021, she blocked Ms. Oriani. She indicated at that time that she had watched a live broadcast in which Ms. Oriani got upset. She was crying on the broadcast. And since that time continued to escalate her behavior. Ms. Walsh believed that Ms. Oriani had personal information, medical information that she was going to disclose. She had placed a picture of Ms. Walsh's husband in an advertisement on the YouTube channel, a teaser, and at one point had said in Exhibit 14B, "Do I have your attention now?" Ms. Walsh indicated that these continued and repeated contacts with Ms. Oriani caused her a lot of stress to the point that it affected her health. pressure to increase. It caused anxiety and insomnia. That she was fearful for her daughter. Because it's not just one person, it's the urging of other people as well. Next, the court heard from 2 associates of Ms. Oriani. The court first heard from Sarah King. Ms. King arrived from Iowa with Ms. Oriani. She met Ms. Oriani through a true crime channel. She's a personal friend of Ms. Oriani's. Indicated that she and Ms. Oriani had arrived on Friday, and they came to see Jamie Abeda. Ms. Oriani was staying with Ms. Abeda, and that Ms. King had helped serve papers for Jamie Abeda on Sean Walsh. The court then heard testimony from Jamie Abeda. Ms. Abeda's testimony was that she drove Ms. King to serve the subpoena. She had hired Ms. King to serve the subpoena. She indicated that she paid was going to pay Ms. King $50, although Ms. King testified she had no idea how much she was being paid. Ms. Abeda was aware that the subpoena had been quashed and had been told so by Ms. Oriani, at least as far as the minor child goes, but had not served the subpoena on Mr. Sean Walsh in a timely way. Rather, this was being done the night before the hearing. And finally, the court heard from Ms. Oriani herself. She indicated that she is from Columbus, Ohio, that she's been a resident of Ohio all her life, and that she started blogging in March of 2021. That's when she first went and did a live video on YouTube. The court found that her testimony really strayed from the issues before the court, but the gist of her testimony was that she'd never met Ms. Walsh, never threatened her family, that being the family of Ms. Walsh, and did not believe that the protection order should have been granted in the first place. And repeated that as well in her summation. In Ms. Oriani's summation, Ms. Oriani talks about the first prong of the test, which the court had read to the participants earlier, and that is under 1314 104.5, the court needs to find that one of the categories, that there's an imminent risk of harm to prevent assaults or threatened bodily harm, or 2, to prevent domestic abuse, 3, to prevent emotional abuse of the elderly or an at-risk adult, to prevent sexual assault or abuse, or number 5, to prevent stalking. The statute providing for permanent protection orders, which is 13-14-106, has the court re-examine prong number 1. Okay, because this time the evidence needs to be subject to a challenge of cross-examination. So while I can take judicial notice of the application and motion, the court needs to take a look again at those reasons for a protection order. But interestingly, it does not require a finding of imminent danger in order to have a necessary prerequisite for issuing a permanent protection order. And that, of course, is, one, we were talking about it in January, and now it is here in March. But I examined those facts on the first prong to make sure that there were grounds constituting good cause for the issuance of a protection order, and that, 2, unless restrained, the defendant will continue to commit such acts or acts designed to intimidate or retaliate against the protected person. So we've got a 2-prong approach. And before and after, which has been emphasized over and over again by the defendant, is a point really well taken. What was before the court at the time of that first hearing to justify the protection order, and then what's gone on since then? Well, we're going to take prong 2 first. Okay. Frankly, folks, all hell's broken loose since the order of protection was issued in January. That order of protection was issued on January 13th of 2022. I have a return of service indicating that it was served upon the defendant on the 17th of January in Iowa. And since that time, there has been an extreme escalation by the defendant. With allegations that not just once but twice that order of protection has been violated. Since that time, in reviewing the exhibits that have been admitted, and let me go through those with you, the court has admitted Plaintiff's Exhibit 2A, 2B, 3A, 6A, and now we come upon some weird numbers, 7, 2A through 7, 2E. So we have A, B, C, D, and E. 8A through 8G, and 10A through 10H, all of which have been admitted. And since that time, the situation has greatly escalated, and had the court had that information beforehand, I would have definitely said under 18.3, 602, 1B and 1C, there were grounds for issuing the protection order. 1B talks about a credible threat to another person. And seeing and I don't care if it was a Nerf gun or not, being repeatedly fired and practicing aim, the court was greatly alarmed by that, and do find that that would cause a reasonable person under the totality of that conduct, fear for their life and fear for the lives of their loved ones. The court finds by a much more than a preponderance of the evidence that if, unless restrained, these acts are going to continue. They're going to, similar acts are going to continue, or maybe different acts designed to retaliate against the protected person. Okay, but that begs the question as to prong number one. At the time that the court issued the protection order, and it was this court that issued the protection order, what was presented? Well, frankly, the defendant herself talked a lot about that application. And at the time, the court, at the time of that application, the court knew several things. The court knew that the plaintiff had threatened to divulge medical information about the plaintiff, had put her picture, or put a picture of Sean Walsh in the ad, a teaser for the Christopher Watts case. Had indicated that she had become so alarmed with the repeated tags and postings that she had to let her daughter know that if she would see this person come to the home, because the person had threatened to come to her home, to not let her in. And in reviewing the exhibits, the exhibit that caught the court's attention was the one that said, "That'll get your attention," or words to that effect. That's simply code for, "I'm trying to cause you emotional distress." There is no other legitimate purpose for these items than to cause emotional distress to Ms. Walsh. These are not, this is not issues of protected speech under McIntyre v. Jones or any other case. While the two parties are limited public figures, that does not create open season on their private lives. So it brings the court back to, brings the court back to 18.3.602, subsection 1C. A person commits stalking if directly or indirectly through another person. The person knowingly, repeatedly follows, approaches, contacts, places under surveillance, or makes any form of communication with another person. Okay, well, here what we have both repeatedly contacts and repeatedly makes any form of communication, because whether it's a direct telephone call, whether it's a tagging, that is contact, it is a form of communication. So repeatedly follows, approaches, contacts, places under surveillance, or makes any form of communication with another person. A member of the person's immediate family or somebody with whom the person has or has had a continuing relationship in the manner that would cause a reasonable person to suffer emotional distress, and does cause emotional distress. Well, I do find that Ms. Walsh has testified quite credibly, and frankly is the only credible witness here today regarding her level of emotional distress. I find her testimony at the temporary orders hearing credible, and the testimony at the permanent orders hearing credible. And finally, she need not show that she received professional treatment or counseling to show that she has suffered serious emotional distress. So I do find that prong number 1, by a preponderance of the evidence, was met at the time that the court issued the temporary order of protection. I don't find it relevant to the court's consideration that there were no direct threats made by Ms. Oriani, especially as the behavior escalated under 18.3.602 2B, under the credible threat definition. Credible threat means a threat, physical action, or repeated conduct, emphasis on repeated conduct, that would cause a reasonable person to be in fear for the person's safety or the safety of their immediate family. And the last sentence is, the threat need not be directly expressed if the totality of the conduct would cause a reasonable person such fear. And the court does find that the totality of the conduct does cause a reasonable person such fear. And that is the credible threat that resulted after the situation escalated. So at this point, the court now believes even stronger than I did back in January that a protection order is necessary. I did grant this order of protection under the guise of 1C originally. If examining the facts again today, I find it even stronger under both 1C as well as 1B that it is necessary. Counsel, are there any further findings that you are requesting?
Your Honor, I don't request any further findings. I do have a question regarding the language on the protection order, because Ms. Oriani stated in court both while she was testifying in her closing that she has been in perfect compliance with the protection order in this case, that it has been easy. And it seems as though she might think the protection order only requires her not going near Ms. Walsh, and I would appreciate if the court could add some additional language.
All right, well, I think it's important that I don't make any ruling regarding, or any judicial finding regarding whether or not that temporary order of protection was violated. I very well could be the finder of fact in a court trial that's held. This is a very small jurisdiction in a big metro area, and I have a criminal docket. You saw me doing one this morning before you came in. So let me add some additional findings and see if that takes care of this. Ms. Oriani, I don't find your testimony credible. I found your testimony to be at many times incomprehensible and wandering, and that there is a definite fixation that you have on Ms. Walsh, and it's a very unhealthy fixation. That there appears to be the motive here, and I heard quite a bit when I was commenting during your testimony. That was really for your benefit, for your ears. That what I was hearing from you was simply more motive about this passion and that you had for Ms. Walsh and an extreme interest in what was going on with Ms. Walsh. And it's important that now that the order of protection will be made permanent, that you don't violate it. That this seems to have been caused from maybe some hurt feelings that Ms. Walsh had not wished to follow you or to associate with you, and that led to this stalkering type of behavior. But now that that order of protection has been issued, it's important that you understand that you are responsible for following the order of protection, and that third-party contact especially not be practiced, because third-party contact is a violation of this order of protection. And I'm going to leave that up to the police and the district attorney's office to figure out whether or not they believe probable cause exists. But I can tell you, I did not find Ms. Abeda's testimony or Ms. King's testimony credible either. That there was nothing about what happened in the serving of the subpoenas, and there were 2 subpoenas served. I don't find that it was credible to assert anything, but that that was done only for the purpose of harassment. That was done, there's no legitimate reason, first of all, for the minor child to be served. I quashed that double check my date on that. I had quashed that protection order back on the 20th of February. And if I'm looking at a calendar,
It was quashed on the 28th of February.
thank you. My contacts are starting to stick a little bit. So the 28th, so that would have been, yeah, because the 20th was on a Sunday. A week ago today, there was no legitimate reason other than to say, ha ha, I'm here, and I know where you live, and I'm out to make sure that that I have your attention. I think those were the words. I have your attention now. That was in Exhibit 14D, that intent to inflict more emotional distress was there. And certainly it was not timely filed on Sean Walsh either. And so it's important that you and your associates understand that that's going to get you in trouble. I find that was done at your direction and is not appropriate, and in the future will get you in trouble. Okay? Again, I can't emphasize anything more to you than contact through third party is contact. Ms. Oriani, do you have any further findings that you wish me to make?
No.
All right. Well, then I'm going to instruct the clerk to prepare that order of protection.
Same as the original.
Same as the original. Ms. Oriani, I'm gonna let you go ahead and depart first. Let me just say to both parties, now is the time to let this go. Let's de-escalate this situation. There is plenty of room out there on the YouTube scene for both people to have their own blogs, stay away from each other, to not communicate, and to just carry on. All right? So let's have that happen, okay? I also want to let the parties know regarding today's hearing. I was acting as a county court magistrate, and under the Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 411 govern, as well as Colorado Rules of Magistrates, Rule 9. So any notice of appeal needs to be filed within 14 days from today's date, and an appeal bond will need to be posted. With that, I'm going to send you on your way. Ms. Oriani, you can go ahead and head on out. I'm going to instruct the plaintiffs to stay another few minutes and to just watch outside to make sure that there's no incidental contact. Okay? Safe travels back to Iowa.
Ohio.
Ohio.
Good luck, guys.
All right.
Oh, good, thank you.
All right, and folks, you can go ahead and just go on outside and it just takes a second here to get down those stairs. It's such a small courthouse, and we're right by the door, or right by the stairs, so then you can just make sure that Ms. Oriani and her associates have cleared the area before heading on out.
Thank you.
We don't want any more conflict.